Welcome, 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 everyone, to the year of the fire horse. How exciting is this? We've been doing a few speaker spotlights over the last couple of days with some of our beautiful, amazing speakers and mystics and psychics that are going to be coming on today to share their wisdom and their energy and their mastery with all of you. And one of the things that I keep sensing and sort of saying over and over again is that we're leaving the year of the snake. And it feels very much, the last several weeks feels very much like we're really shedding some old skin as we're leaving the year of the snake and birthing into the year of the fire horse. And this year is all about courage, strength, independence, passion, and ultimately freedom. Freedom for the individual, but also freedom from the or for the collective. If you haven't had a chance to take a look at those speaker spotlights today, as of yet, Una Bella, the Cosmic Mermaid, goes into a bunch of information about the astrology that's lining up for this year. And that is really super interesting. And I would actually love to do another little mini session just about that because that is really, really interesting. All of the planets and stars that are lining up for this massive transformational year. So I want to welcome you all in. And I have decided, normally we pop right into speakers, but I decided for this year, this summit, I wanted to offer my own gift at the very beginning. And so I'm going to take you through an introduction to your own fire horse body. So if you don't know me yet, my name is Zara Starchild, and I am a teacher of Awakening Your Light Body. It is a course that was introduced to me about 20 plus years ago. And it has to do with, I'm sorry, it was introduced through Oren and Daben. It was channeled by Sanaya Roman and Dwayne Packer. And it is the um, foundation of my spiritual work. I love teaching it. I love watching the transformation that it creates for others. And I'm just gonna Jasmine, never mind, I got it. I'm going to mute all. Here we go. There we go. Yeah, so I love watching the transformation and the empowerment that it happens for others. And so for our introduction into the year of the fire horse, I would like to introduce to you um, the energetics and symbiosis and mergence with your own fire horse body because we are all one, all is one. And we each have our own unique gifts within our light body, our spiritual body, and the fire horse connection. So if you are in a space where you can close your eyes, we invite you to do so. Get nice and relaxed. And we're going to bring you through a little guided meditation before we introduce our first speaker of the day at 10:30 a.m. New York time. And that is Miss Hannah Azak. So get yourself prepared. And I'm going to invite you to close your eyes. And if you are driving or you're not able to close your eyes and really sink into this, that is okay. The replay will be available for 7 days from now. If you are a supporter of this summit, you will have lifetime access to that. The replay for this with all of the meditations and activations that are included. So we'll also give you some opportunity to get those bonuses and this replay if you've not yet chosen to be a supporter. All right. All right, inviting you to close your eyes and take a long, slow, deep breath in. As we call for the heart portal to open within this sacred space to the 12th octave of love and light. We ask for the angels and the archangels of the heart portal to merge their heart flames with mine and to expand this heart portal 1,000-fold in all directions, holding each and every one of those listening and participating in this Firehorse Summit, in the embrace of the heart portal, in the protection of the heart portal. And so breathing deeply into your heart, imagining a beautiful flame of light in the very center of your chest. And as you breathe into this flame, bringing oxygen, bringing prana into the heart flame within your own being. With every inhale, drawing that prana into that flame, and with every exhale, imagining that flame of light growing bigger and brighter and more expansive. Breathing in and fueling that flame, and exhaling, expanding that flame larger than your physical body. Expanding that flame with every exhale until the flame of your heart fills the entire room that you sit within, supporting your physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual bodies with the light of your heart, the light of your soul, the light of your flame. And we call upon the archangels, the 7 archangels of the earth, to form a circle around each one of us, to create a beautiful spiritual portal of protection, support, growth, expansion, healing, and learning. We call upon all of the higher selves and divine presence of those participating and listening to bridge hearts with their physical counterparts. We call upon all of our teams, our guides, our teams of light, our guides, our divine counsels to be with us now, to support us through the receiving of the wisdom teachings, the energetics, the activations. And the integration of this new spiritual energies that we'll be bringing into this portal, this threshold of the Firehorse year. Continue expanding that heart flame, filling the room that you sit within, and seeing it become more and more concentrated with light. And together as a group, we ask for the earth portals beneath us to open. As we begin to send a cord of light down from our heart through our root chakra, all the way down into the heart of Mother Earth. And we do this together as a group to ground ourselves here and all that we will receive into the heart of Mother Gaia, and sending that heart cord down now together as a group in 3, 2, and 1, connecting to the heart of the earth. And as we make that connection into the heart of the earth energy, the earth's love, the earth heart sends her heart energy, her love up that cord of light like a fountain. And we invite you to breathe this heart energy of the earth up into your root chakra, your sacral chakra. Breathing it in and up into the solar plexus, feeling the support, the love, the grounding, the strength of the earth. And as you breathe it up into your heart chakra, exhale and allow it to flow out of your heart, expanding the earth energy in all directions around you, merging, blending with your own heart's light, filling the room that you sit within. And in a moment, together again as a group, we're going to send our heart energy up through the crown of our head to the heart of the sun, We will pause there for a moment, send it deeper into space to the heart of the central sun. And then again, sending it all the way up to the great central sun, the source portal to this universe. And so let us synchronize now as a group, as a circle together, breathing into the heart, and on the exhale, sending that heart light up through the crown, all the way up to the heart of the sun in 3, 2, and 1, connecting to the heart of the sun now. Another deep breath in, and as you exhale, sending that heart cord through the heart of the sun, deeper into space now to the heart of the central sun in 3, 2, and 1, making that connection to the heart of the central sun. Breathing in deeply again. As we exhale, we send our heart light through the heart of the central sun, deeper into space now in 3, 2, and 1, connecting to the heart of the great central sun, the source portal for our universe. And let us wrap our heart cord around the great central sun 3 times to stabilize this pillar of light that we're creating here from the heart of the source to the heart of the earth. And as we do this, the heart light, the source solar light, pours down from these 3 great suns, spiraling down together, mixing and blending, and pouring gently into our crown chakras now. And so breathe this solar light, this spiritual light, into the crown chakra on the top of your head. Imagining the petals of this big, beautiful flower opening and illuminating and expanding in all directions. Unfolding new connections, new petals within the crown chakra. New petals for the new year, the year of the fire horse, the year of this evolution and expansion of your growth and your being. And breathing this solar light down into your brow chakra, illuminating the beautiful crystal within the brow of your being. And breathing this solar light into your throat chakra. And another deep breath into your heart chakra. And as you breathe the solar light into your heart chakra, exhaling, sending this light out through the heart chakra in all directions, pouring forth into the room that you sit within, creating a beautiful sphere of these lights, of the hearts of these celestial beings, blending with your own soul's light. And we set the intention now to have emergence, an awakening, an understanding, and a connection to our body of light that represents the fire horse and all of the connections, expansions, courage, liberation, freedom, passion of the fire horse. And so breathing in and up from the earth, down from the great suns, and out through the heart. The energy around your body is beginning to move and reassemble itself. A great, beautiful sphere of many colors surrounds you. And within that sphere of light, it begins to move and take shape in the form of a horse. It begins to assemble in the form of a beautiful horse of light. And imagine yourself inside of this horse of light, this horse of great fire, spiritual fire. Perhaps stroking the nose, the forehead, the cheek. Perhaps bringing your hand down the neck of this great horse and feeling the muscles, the softness, the heat. And sliding your hands over the shoulders of this great horse. For as you move your hands over this body of light, it becomes more solid, more real. Feeling the strength and the speed held within the shoulders of this great horse. And sliding your hand down the back of its neck, over its mane, over its spine. Sense its flexibility, its mobility, its desire to charge forward, unbridled. And sliding your hands down its back, its ribs, to its lower haunches. Feel the strength in its lower legs, grounded, connected into the earth. And sliding your hands down its tail of light and fire. And discovering within the tail of this great being all kinds of symbols, packages of light in little forms of little ornaments. And now imagine yourself dissolving and moving into this body of light, becoming the fire horse. Stretching into the long neck, into the long face, into the mind of quiet presence. Connection to the earth and all beings. The ears tilted up to hear the cosmos. To hear great distance. In all direction, these ears move forward and back, listening with great presence to all the sounds, all the messages, all of the information of its surroundings. And as it absorbs all of this information, the brain of this great fire horse determines which way to go, how to navigate through this physical realm, through the spiritual dimensions. Feel the courage of this great beast. prepared to leap over hurdles and obstacles, prepared to charge into its greatest passions, its heart's desires. And feel into its heart, its connection to all the other animals, all of the other horses, its desire for connection, and its symbiosis with the earth and all of her creatures. This beautiful horse knows its place in the universe, its importance, the gifts that it brings through its presence. And just sense behind you the great back legs, the strength, the endurance, the excitement to charge forward and run for the joy of movement. And if we had more time today, we would take this horse for a great ride through the cosmos. So we invite you to come back to this space and this time and this recording and spend time merging with your fire horse energy, your fire horse body, and allowing it to take you for a ride, allowing it to show you all of the things it desires to show you, both here on Earth, through the timelines, and also within the cosmos. But for now, we invite you to slip back out of this horse body, giving it a final pet, and feel the love that it has for you as you offer your love in return. And let it know that you will be back to ride it, to journey with it, to commune with this horse body that is a part of your soul, your spirit, your higher selves. Sliding back now into your physical body in the time and space of this earth plane. Moving into your feet and your toes, wiggling your feet, your toes, slipping back in like a glove, all the way into the sit bones of your body, sliding into your spinal column, stacking the vertebrae one by one on top of each other so that you have a long, straight back, a long neck. Wiggling your fingers and your toes and stretching back into your arms and your hands and coming fully back into your physical body. Knowing that you can return to this horse body whenever you choose to discover, learn, and explore its gifts. And we thank you for journeying with us. And we want to introduce to you, as you come back, you're so welcome. That was fun. I actually didn't want to come back. Let's see here. I've got to pull up some information. Where did it go? Jasmine, I know that you just sent me something, but I can't see it.
It's in
Oh,
the chat.
there it is. It's in a private chat. Okay, great. All right, so let me welcome in Hannah. Hannah, are you ready? Hi. There we go. Add spotlight. There we go.
Hello,
Technical.
hello. Can you hear me, Zara?
Hi. I can hear you. Yeah, it's so great to
Beautiful.
see you again.
Nice to see you. And yeah, thanks for having me and thanks for leading us through that activation. That was really, really nice.
Thank you. Thanks. So, was it the year of the dragon where we met? Was that the
That's
first
right.
one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's
Okay.
been a
So
couple of
this,
years.
yeah. So Hannah's back. I loved her. Really, really enjoyed her during our Year of the Dragon Summit. We skipped the Year of the Snake. We just weren't inspired by that one. But
Yeah, that's more
yeah.
about releasing.
Yeah. So the year of the fire horse was speaking to us, so we invited Hannah to come back. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about Hannah, and then I'm going to let her deliver her amazing gift to you guys today. So Hannah is a dragon who is currently playing the game of life called Ascension Human on Earth. Nightmare Mode Edition, she says. She attained her doctorate in alchemy by engaging in a wide flavoring of shenanigans across four different continents and spending the past 5+ years building a following of over 30,000 as a full-time spiritual empowerment coach and guide. When she's not empowering you to empower yourself, she can occasionally be spotted playing video games, creating fantasy worlds, and engaging in deep existential debates with her cat and hamster. I would love to be a fly on the wall in that conversation. That would be hilarious. Yeah. So her
Definitely.
topic today is meet your spirit horse, manifesting your dream life with the help of your personal guide. So Hannah, you want to talk to us about that?
Yes, yes. Thank you for the introduction. And yeah, so I feel very excited about the Year of the Horse. I'm very curious if you guys want to let us know in the chat if you're feeling the shift in energy, because I know like the energies of the wood snake have amped up in the last couple of months. Like people have been exhausted, honestly. Lots of triggers, lots of purging, lots of integrating. But I would say just even today, I noticed a huge shift in energy. And the weather reflects it. It's like it's sunny here in Berlin, which never happens. It's been like, gray and cold and snowy and rainy, but it's just perfectly sunny. It's a perfect day today. And I can feel kind of the ushering of these fire horse energies. And personally, I feel like very excited for this because I know a lot about this archetype. I have a lot of fire in my astrology, and then I'm a native horse, like in my Chinese zodiac.
Hmm.
And I can tell you kind of what to expect with these energies is inspired action. So you can look at this next year that we are now heading into. It's the year of sacred inspired action. And so the fire is the inspired part. That's the inspiration. That's when you like connect with source, you connect with all that is. You bring that down, you bring it into the body, then it becomes embodied. That's the horse, that's the action. So from that inspiration, from that fire that you kind of download from the spiritual realm, you channel from the spiritual realm, you take action, you take action, you take action, and then you ground and you can make your manifestations tangible. And so I just expect that this is going to be a monumental year for a lot of people. It's going to be a year where we're starting to see tangible results for the work that we've been putting in. Because I know so many of us on this path, like we've been doing so much shedding, so much integrating, so much shadow work, not really seeing a lot to show for it. This is the year where that shifts because it's the bridge, the fire horse. The fire is the spiritual, the horse is the physical. The horse is really like a very sovereign creature in the physical world, very grounded. And you can just see how its relationship with us is. It's like we have always throughout time had a very, tight relationship with horses. Like we used them as our primary mode of transportation, for example, back in the day. And so it's my hope today to kind of introduce you to your horse spirit guide, if you will. It's basically like you can think of it like the manifestation of the year of the horse energy. So this is a very special spirit guide. It's basically the consciousness of the year of the horse put into a horse. And we're going to get some guidance from them on how best to work with these energies so that you can kind of finish off this year, move through this year in the most empowered way possible. Because as I've been telling my audience, I see this year through this very specific analogy. So I see it literally like during the year of the fire horse, we're going to be riding a horse. It's literally like we're riding a horse. The good news for everyone is that by the end of this year, you're going to be exactly where you need to be, one way or the other. That's the good news. Celebrate. It's like we don't need to like make anything happen. We don't need to stress about how or when. Just trust that you're going to be there. Your horse is going to get you there by the end of this year. However, and I say it comes with a caveat, it's like how we get there could be challenging if you're resisting the process. So the analogy that really paints this picture clearly is it's like you could be riding your horse like a pro horse rider, doing like tricks on your horse, really having this synergy with your horse, and it's fun and it's free and you're in this flow state and it's exciting. Or you could be like someone who falls off the horse and is literally getting dragged by their horse the entire year. So it's like it's really like your choice on which energy you want to embody. It's my hope today, and in connecting you with this spirit guide that represents this energy, that you can kind of communicate, you can collaborate, you can co-create with the horse rather than getting dragged by the horse. And it can be a really fun and exciting experience. And know that through your inspired actions this year, basically that's like the food that you're feeding this horse. It's like you're fueling the horse by your inspired actions. And it's never going to give you like more than you need in that particular moment. So this is where trust comes in. We got to trust this year more than ever before. We're only going to get the next step, the next hit. And we follow each hit and it gets us there. Whew, before we know it, we get there, we look back, we're like, hey, I made it. Wow, that wasn't so bad. And so yeah, it's a really, really fun time. It's a really, really exciting time. I know, like, by this time next year, we're all going to be looking back, like, who am I anymore? What is my life? Some things are going to have manifested that we couldn't have even fathomed for ourselves. And that's exactly the point here. That's exactly the thing to keep in mind is it's like you can't you can't imagine right now from your current vantage point, from your current point in perspective in reality, what is coming. And so that's why you have to trust. There's an element of trust and just taking each step as it is presented to you. And that is like the best way to get through this year. And so I'm going to introduce you to this horse. They're going to give you guidance on like the first step that you can take, and you'll have maybe a couple of days of integration because it's still going to be like 2 days as of filming this for when we officially start. But you can integrate, and then hopefully when the year of the fire horse officially begins on the 17th, you can kick off with that action right away. Start off with a bang, get to the races. So that said. Yeah, people are feeling this shift. I'm just going to check the comments. Beautiful.
Yeah, they're feeling it. It's exciting. I just want to put out there too that you guys are going to receive a lot of energetic activations today. So take the next couple days to really integrate, get into nature, get your feet on the ground, drink a lot of water. Um, yeah, this woo-woo stuff is not so woo-woo when it starts to integrate. So it's really like be mindful of your energetics. You will only receive as much as you can receive today energetically, and it will download later for you. But yeah, Hannah is the beginning of a long line of amazing, amazing energy workers. So
Hell yeah, we're off to the races.
yeah, we're off to the races today. It's going to be a big one. I'm going to unspotlight myself and spotlight you only because you're going to go into
Uh-huh.
your thing, your
Sure thing.
meditation now. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Cool, cool. And I will just say, yeah, like the fact that this is chock full of activations today, this is the fire horse energy. Like this is 1,000% the fire horse energy. It is just like it just keeps giving you more and more. You think you can't take more. It pushes you past your limits. It pushes you out of your comfort zone, and you are forever transformed as a result of that. But it is important to keep in mind that, yeah, we're still in the year of the wood snake. So probably after this, it would be best to rest for a couple of days and get a lot of sleep and like allow yourself to just soak in all the energies. So that said, we're going to go into a little meditation now. You guys can get comfy again. We're going to kind of rise back into that state that Zara brought us into the first meditation. And just start to become aware of your breath, of your body, of your breathing. Not needing to control, simply choosing to trust, to allow, drawing awareness to that which already is. Noticing every inhale and every exhale. Inhale and exhale. Inhale and exhale. Just setting the intention here that with every inhale, you are slowly but surely returning to that meditative state that Zara brought us into in the first meditation. Returning to that year of the fire horse light body within you and activating, stoking that fire with every inhale. Imagining you're just absorbing, drawing in golden source light from within, from without, from above, from below, from all around. Just soaking that in, allowing that in to every cell of your being, allowing it to rewire, to rewrite your DNA at a cellular level, rewiring the stories. The old stories will be burned away now. You're making space for the new, the fresh, this higher timeline now. Feeling the expansiveness, just maybe stretching your arms out, allowing this energy in. And before your next exhale, just taking a moment to hold the breath, allowing any resistance, any tension, any pain, any intrusive thoughts to rise to the surface, becoming aware, knowing that these sensations, they're just messengers, letting you know what's blocking you from stepping fully into this fresh new chapter. They just want your attention. They just want to be seen, heard, witnessed. So choosing to give them your full presence for a moment in gratitude, thanking them for the messages. And then just cathartically releasing it all with an exhale, letting it flow back to Mother Earth as you yourself become lighter and lighter, clearer and clearer, more and more whole, centered, grounded, embodied in your energy, in your sacred fire. Channeling that, bringing it in, grounding it in. Taking one more conscious inhale, drawing in as much light as you wish to have to support you today, knowing there is an abundance. It is unlimited, filling every cell, every part of your body with light, allowing it to heal, to dissolve that which no longer serves. And then exhaling, giving that back to Mother Earth now, giving light to Mother Earth now, allowing your energy and hers to be weaved together in a sacred dance, sacred co-creation. The horse is a master of embodiments. The horse is a bridge between the spiritual and the physical. Now, as we move into meeting our personal horse guide, the consciousness of the year of fire horse embodied, this archetype will guide you into more embodiment in your own life. This archetype will guide you into the process of surrendering, trusting life, receiving inspirations, and then having the courage to act in alignment with those inspirations, regardless of what chaos is happening in the external. And so, on the count of 3, you will teleport, you will materialize in a sacred space, a sacred clearing in which you can clearly, easily, effortlessly meet this fire horse. You can access deeper connection with this fire horse that maybe you've already met. Maybe you just connected with their energy in Zara's meditation. You're now going to take the connection to the next level. In the count of 3, you will be in this sacred clearing where you can meet this horse face to face as equals. 1, 2, and 3. Arriving now in this sacred clearing and allowing yourself to ground using your senses. Notice what you can see. Notice what you can hear. Notice what you can smell, what you can touch, and most importantly, what you feel emotionally, energetically, being in this space and allowing yourself to ground into it, being held by this space, just allowing yourself to be held in this sacred space now. And now your fire horse for this year, they approach you, if they have not already, slowly, intentionally, powerfully, radiating light, radiating wisdom with every step they take. You feel the power emanating from them. You start to receive whatever your body allows. You can just take a moment in silence here to observe what your unique horse guide may look like, what they may feel like. You may communicate with them here, asking perhaps if they have a name to anchor their energy in. I will give you a moment in silence and in stillness now to have your own experience. And now your horse approaches you even more until their forehead, their third eye, is touching your forehead, your third eye. And through that connection, you receive instant downloads, activations, telepathic communication. Perhaps you receive insight, predictions on what might happen this year for you personally. Perhaps you may receive inspired action ideas for something you are being called to act on. Perhaps you might just feel this comfort, this support, knowing that you're not alone. You are in sacred co-creation. You are held by your horse this year. Just allow yourself to receive. This year, 2026, and into the beginning of 2027, this whole fire horse trajectory, this is a very special time. Your soul's been waiting for this time for a very long time. Something very special happens when these two archetypes, the archetypes of fire and the archetype of the horse, collide. This is the year your dreams become reality. Bridge between heaven and hell. Bridge between the spiritual, the physical. This is the year for results. But results, they don't necessarily just happen, at least not in a way that feels good, positive, flowing, supportive, unless you are engaging as an active participant in their manifestation. And you do that this year more than any other year. In the spotlight is inspired action. Inspired action can often feel very scary, actually. In fact, if you're not a little bit afraid, it's probably not fully the right inspired action for you. Inspired action, though it can be scary, should also feel exciting, like an opening, an expanding, sacred possibilities. Perhaps you start to feel that now. That's how you know that you found the right action, that you've received the most potent inspiration. And so now allow yourself to receive that insights. Know that your force will guide you. Perhaps they will transmit to you. They will help you to receive this guidance directly from your own soul, from your higher self, from the universe. They will burn away with their fire any noise, any distraction, so that you may receive clearly now the inspiration necessary to act. And so, just for another moment in silence and in stillness, you may receive. And perhaps it might help to just hold your hands out, to hold your arms out in an open position as if you were receiving. Or you may prefer to place your hand or your hands on your heart, whatever works for you, to really call this in, to ground it. You may receive now. What is the first inspired action you are being called to take this year? Allow that to reveal itself to you however it sees fit. Maybe you hear words, maybe you get an image of you doing something. Maybe you just feel a certain energy frequency. However you receive this, know that that is perfect for you. And if it doesn't fully make sense yet, that's okay. You can trust that as we fully move into the year of the fire horse over the coming days, it will make more sense, will become clearer and clearer. So with that, you can just give your fire horse a nice big hug and just again feel how you are not alone, how you are teammates in this. You are co-creating this, and it is so exciting. We are all co-creating together. Maybe you can feel now the collective field we've already generated in this Liberation Summit so far. Feel how we are all one. Though we walk our journeys individually, no one can walk your journey for you, of course. We are walking these journeys in parallel to each other. We are in this together, always connected, protected, loved. So just allow yourself with one final inhale here to receive any remaining inspiration, fuel, support that you need to activate you into acting this year. And on your next exhale, just sending that out into the world as your own sacred fire. Imagining you're breathing fire out into the world, and it is rooting in, anchoring in, grounding in. Seeds to grow, to be cultivated throughout the year, even if you don't know when or how just yet. Trust that the seeds have now been planted and you are ready to rock. So on the count of one, you may slowly but surely come back to the physical realm, back to your body in the 3D, fully integrated, fully activated, ready for this fresh chapter. 3, 2, and 1. Coming back. You may stretch it out, shake it out, just bring it back physically into your body, yawn it out, however your body wishes to ground and embody these frequencies. Just allow yourself to do that. And then you can let us know in the chats how that was for you, how you're feeling for further integration.
Thank you so much, Hannah. That was amazing.
You're welcome.
Beautiful, really great, smooth, fantastic. So we hope you enjoyed all of that, guys. It was a really great blending of mine and hers and taking it to the next level.
It was such a
Finally a
baton pass. I
fire.
love how that worked out.
Yeah, me too. Me too. So yeah, as Hannah said, a lot of times when we're doing these energy activations, when you go on retreats, when you're doing a meditation at home, oftentimes you'll receive energetically, even though your mind isn't conscious of what you've received. And that happens quite a lot. And then generally what begins to happen is within like 1 to 3 days, the brain starts to interpret.
Read the chart, then you can talk to the stupid bull.
Hannah, I muted you by accident. I just wanted to
Yeah,
sounded like
totally
a
okay.
TV was in the background or something.
Mhm.
So yeah, so what we're saying, energy packages come in, do. The mind is like, that was a nice experience. I'm not sure what happened, but like within 1 to 3 days, it starts to unpack. And you get these aha moments, you get these understandings, or you get these synchronicities that just lead you on the path to the next thing, or you notice other people's behavior changes. It's very interesting. Keep your eyes open, keep yourself aware, and want to thank Hannah so much. We did put her website in the chat for you guys. I was trying to find out if there was a way to put it across the screen, but it is ownyourownpowers.com.
Ownyourpowers.com.
Ownyourpowers.com is Hannah's website where you can find out about all of her services and everything else. Also wanted to let you know about her bonus, which is in the bonus package for our supporters. It is a 50% off coupon for her Year of the Fire Horse group manifestation ritual taking place on February 19th, which is what is that, Friday?
It's Thursday.
It's a Thursday. So taking place on Thursday, February 19th at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 8 p.m. Central. The recordings
Central
will
European.
be available. Yeah. So
Thank
thank
you.
you so much, Hannah,
Thank
for
you, Zara, for having
participating.
me. It was an honor.
I
And thanks
know.
everyone for showing up. Very excited to see what else we've got in
It
store
was an
today.
honor for me as well. I think we should hang out someday. I'll come out to Berlin.
Definitely,
All
definitely. You're more than welcome.
right, we'll talk soon. Thanks again.
Thanks for having me.
Well, there. Okay. So I hope you guys all enjoyed Hannah's sharing. I did. I didn't want to come back. But we have a whole roster for you guys. So next up, we've got Miss El Jariel. El Jariel is a personal friend and colleague of mine. She is in the Divine University, as I am myself. We are both mentors in the Divine University, which is a collective of light workers bringing New Earth Ascension teachings to the Earth. But let me just tell you about Kathy Steinberg, also known as El Jariel. She holds the energy of the grandmothers and has been practicing healing and psychotherapy for over 40 years. She has trained and worked as a licensed social worker and psychotherapist and having a healing practice for many years in private practice. She's also been a spiritual seeker and teacher for most of her life, studying, practicing, and teaching. And for several years, she owned and managed a large and well-attended spiritual growth center in Rockland County. El Jariel provides client-centered therapy and healing for those to open their hearts and expand their consciousness to create a better life for themselves. Her expanded resume includes intuitive energy healing, IET, for those of us who know it, IET, Reiki, sound and light channel, crystal healing, healing with angels, sacred geometry, hypnotherapy, teacher and mentor for spiritual growth, and much, much more. She's also an ordained minister. She facilitates weddings, funerals, and blessings. And yeah, and that's that. She also, her and a group of individuals within the Divine University used to hold a lot of group gatherings and ceremonies in the Rockland County area for spiritual teachers from all over the world to come and deliver their messages. They had a really great following, and it was a beautiful place to go and connect with others in the area. She could not be with us live today because she is babysitting her 3-year-old grandson on the regular. But she offered us this recording, which I'm going to share with you guys now. Please let me know if you cannot hear it or see it.
Hi, I'm Kathy Steinberg, and I'm so happy to be here as part of this presentation on the fire horse and this upcoming amazing lunar year that's about to begin this coming week. So I would just like to introduce myself. Again, my name is Kathy Steinberg. My spiritual name, my divine presence name is El Jariel. And I look forward to providing you today with a little information and a teaching that will assist you with the energies that are coming in for this fire horse year. Okay? So I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I am a light worker for the last 40 years, and I have been doing private practice. I'm a licensed social worker and had a therapy practice and worked in several institutions over the years. Along with that, I have studied with many different modalities of healing, and as a Reiki master, an IET master trainer, I've worked with sacred geometry and shamanism, healing with the crystals and stones, and mostly intuitive healing at this point. I incorporate all of what I've learned from all different areas, and I use that as my intuitive healing. As a mentor of the Divine University, I've spent years uh, doing spiritual training and uh, doing service work with the Divine University, and I'm part of a healing program that's being offered to humanity, and we're uh, very happy to be working from our hearts and extending our healing around the world that is so needed these days. Now, my first teaching is that the energy that comes in can be very challenging for some. It can be a beautiful, wonderful thing. You can plant seeds and you can watch them grow, and this is going to give you that energy and fire that you may need to create a new life, create new relationships, start a new business, start a new career, just add some oomph to whatever you're working on presently. And so it can be an amazing and exciting time. The thing is that whenever you're bringing in a lot more infusion of energy, you can sometimes create imbalances, or you can aggravate imbalances. And so for each of us, we want to make sure that we have the tools that we need to assist us to stay in balance. So I'd like to do a little teaching around some of that right now, and hopefully that will help you in the year to come and help you bring some amazing gifts to yourself for the year. Starting out, the two big energies that we have coming in is our yin and our yang energy. And it's more than just, a little symbol that you see at the hippie store. It is very powerful energies that we have that are um, known to be the yin, which is known as being the receptive energy, can be referred to as the feminine energy, and it is the loving energy of the heart. It's ruled by the heart. And the yang energy is our more active and masculine energy, and it is ruled by the head. And please don't get caught up in whether masculine and feminine energies. We are programmed from society under what masculine and feminine might mean, and there's all kinds of gender triggers that many of us may have. So I'm just going to ask you to step out of that if you can, and just see it as that. I'm calling it masculine, as the masculine energy is a penis that gives the sperm,
I
and
love.
the vagina and the uterus that holds and nurtures and really holds life and begins life. That's how life begins. And so if you think of it in just that way and not according to however we're programmed from society, you'll do well. And if it bothers you, then just think of it as yin and yang. Okay? So when we are in our hearts, we operate in a very loving and beautiful way. And it is things like anybody's held a baby and just sat there and rocked them. That is yin energy. And when you are letting go or forgiving, when you're releasing and surrendering, that is yin energy. When you're compromising and you're trying to see things from all perspectives and you're having empathy, that is yin energy. And we are in our heart some of the time, but unfortunately, with the AI, computers, all these things, and the stimulation that we have and our emotions, we often will get triggered to be in our head. And that's our yang energy. Our yang energy is really motivated and fueled by the mind. And if you have too much or too little of the yin and the yang, you become a bit out of balance, and that can trigger a lot of different emotions and reactions. So that said, I will give you a couple of examples of yin and yang that you have every single day. You wake up in the morning and your yang energy takes off. It's what has you get up. It's what has you get dressed, take a shower, eat your food, get to work, or take care of the kids, clean the house, pay your bills. It is what organizes us, what solves problems, what moves through our mind. And it's a beautiful thing. We'd be in a lot of trouble if we did not have a healthy yang energy. Our yin energy, on the other hand, is the energy that helps us go to sleep at night. In order to go to sleep at night, your yang energy has to say, okay, I'm going to put the mind aside and let the yin take over, and you drop off into sleep. And anybody who's woken up in the middle of the night and your mind starts taking off and you're thinking of the monkey mind, all those things, and who wronged you from the third grade and anything else that you could worry about, you know that the yang energy can interfere with your sleep at times, because in order to sleep, you need to have your yin energy. It's our restful time. It's our time to go deep into the other world while we're sleeping. Okay. And so that's just a very everyday example, but we have our yin and yang at play all the time in our life. And sometimes because our yang gets used in this world to be, fast moving, and some cultures are, more fast moving. If you live in a city, you might have more of that as well. If you do, you will um, want to meditate, have moments where you can reconnect with your yin energy and you can balance and be in your heart. And it's really important to meditate and to be in your heart and remind yourself that you're in your heart, because if you're only in your head, you can create all kinds of issues for yourself. So, why is this important? Well, because with the influx of energy, you will manifest more when you are grounded and in balance here on Earth. And other presenters may be giving you all kinds of activations and lovely journeys and astrological information about all of this. But one of the really base thoughts is that if you cannot be grounded, if you cannot be in your heart, you will not be able to manage the energies in the way that you may want to do that. So, if you really want to maximize your use, I suggest maybe you give a little thought to your yin and yang energy. I have a chart that I would like to show you, and I will share with anyone who would like, and we'll have links for access to that in a moment. So, one moment, please, and I'll get that. So, here is my chart, and I have an example of a human body here, and on the center is your brain, if you see it on the top, the little blue circle or oval there. And our brain, our right side of the brain, rules the left side of the body, which is our feminine. And the left side of the brain rules the right side of our body, which is our masculine, our yin and our yang. And if you think about the yang energy, those things that get you up and moving every day, what make you organized, what make you high spirited and practical and assertive, focused and logical and physically active, those things are yang energies. And on this chart, it's just a sampling of it. It's not anything that is comprehensive in that way. And so, just take a look. It gives you a pretty good idea of what the yang energy has and does for us. And when you look at the yin energy, I mean, that is our calm. That is the one that mediates and is peaceful when you go inward or you have trust, you release and you surrender and you're sensitive. Those things are our yin energy. And that's when we're operating out of our heart. The key here is that if you look at these upper quadrants here, that you have hopefully a balance of each side. But it's even more important to have a balance individually of each of these energies that pop up for you, that you don't have too much or too little energy in that area. That might be interesting to kind of contemplate. So these are not simple things. They sound simple sometimes, and it takes years of practice to manage them. But I would say if you're organized, which is a wonderful thing, right? To be organized is your yang energy working optimally. But if you are too organized, you have too much energy in the organization, you may become OCD. If you have too little energy in your organization skills, you may become a hoarder. You may be messy. You may be disorganized. And so each of these beautiful qualities that are in the two upper quadrants, if they have too much or too little, they will trigger some of those things that are below the wounded and out of balance qualities. And these, again, are only a sampling of that. But if you're being triggered with one of these um, different feelings or uh, conditions, let's say, you need to look at that and say, what in the above might I have too much or too little of? And it gives you a clue about what you need to do to go and create balance for yourself. And if you are giving person, which is a wonderful thing, you may be working with some balance of your masculine and feminine, right? You're working from your heart, you're giving, but you're doing and physically and actively giving from your yang. And if you're doing that too much or without boundaries, what happens is you may end up being a martyr, or you may end up being um, resentful. You may end up being angry or tired. And so there are reactions that we have whenever we get too much or too little energy. And on that note, I will come back one moment. So, on that note, it's very important for us to balance our energy and to be aware of what our emotions are and our thoughts so that we can evaluate whether or not we are in balance. Okay, and so I am going to offer at the moment a little meditation, and I will ask you all to just spend a little time getting comfortable, and we'll start the meditation in a. So we'll do our little recording of meditation here, and you can go into the meditation, and hopefully I'll save some of that as a possibility for you to use in the future and continue to use. Okay? It's just a short little recording. So if you can, close your eyes and breathe in. Breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. And gently breathe. Breathe into your heart. And imagine that you have nostrils in the center of your chest, right in your heart chakra. And you will breathe in to your heart chakra, breathing in, igniting that spark inside your heart and expanding the light to fill your entire chest. And as you breathe that light, just focus your energy and ask your mind to quiet. It needs to let go while you move into your quiet, sacred space deep in your heart. And just like you would if you were trying to go to sleep, just let yourself speak to your mind and say, please, just give me a few moments of peace so that I can rest and be renewed. And your masculine and feminine will often collaborate and allow each other some room, but sometimes your masculine energy needs a little coaxing. So gently take that breath in and breathe into that light that's within you, that is your beautiful, beautiful, divine light. And as you breathe into that light and see all that you are, just breathe that divine, clear, uncomplicated, non judgmental, unconditional love light into your heart. And we call in the angels and archangels all around us that surround us, the masters, the family of light, the bodhisattvas. They all encircle us as if we were in a stadium and they are in lines of light, one behind the other, completely encircling us. And breathe that in, and breathe that their hearts connect deeply with your heart so that they're eternally connected, linked, and just breathe in their unconditional love and light. Breathe it in through your back, breathe it in through the front of your heart chakra, and just keep breathing it in that your light builds within your chest cavity, in your rib cage, your lungs. And exhale out anything that does not resonate with the light, anything that's toxic, anything we're holding on to, anything that we're locked up with. Just breathe. Breathe it into your chest, filling your shoulders, your back. Take deep breaths. If you take a breath, take another breath on top of that breath that expands your chest. And as you breathe, bring the light out into your neck and let it expand up into your shoulders, down your arms. And feel it move up into your neck and your head, your shoulders, your face, your jaw. Take another breath up into your head, your skull, and your brain. And allow your brain to have the light move all through it, through the folds, through your skull, through all parts of the brain, the cerebrum, the cerebellum, the medulla, the oblongata. Just let it move in and out through the two hemispheres. And as you breathe, feel that light move through your brain so much that the light expands out as if you have a halo around the top of your head. And breathe to build that light. And focus back down into the nostrils inside your chest. And breathe that in, loving, balancing, pure light into that big, beautiful heart that you have. And just take a few minutes and really embrace your big, beautiful heart. That you won't have criticism, you won't have judgment, you won't have wounds that keep you from being fully in your heart. And as you breathe, bring that energy down into your solar plexus, which is right underneath your rib cage, your gut. And breathe down, it's your power center. And it sits right underneath your heart. So breathe in, empowering your heart to expand and to ground and to move down into your belly, and down into your hips and your bowels and your coccyx bone. Just take a breath and feel your base chakra at the base of your spine just expand and open like a lotus flower. It opens up, opening up to the energy to move through you from the earth. And then send your energy down your legs, down your knees, down to your feet, and out the bottom of the arches of your feet. And then as you breathe in, just feel that alignment of the light moving up and down through the earth, up into the sun. And you are a pillar of light that makes that connection. And just take your consciousness and move up and down. And we ask for the balance from the sun and the moon, our masculine and feminine, our yin and our yang. We ask for balance as it moves through us and around and through us. And it's simple and it can be quick, and you can spend as much time breathing through this as you want. And unfortunately, I don't have all this time. So just take a moment before you come back. Just rub your hands together and then just gently put them over your eyes. Just take a moment with yourself. Come back. I hope that this teaching has been useful and helpful for you. It's brief and it's an introduction to me and my energy, as well as giving you a tool to move through the year with. Again, my name is Kathy Steinberg, or El Jariel, and I can be reached through my email is spiritwebweaver@gmail.com. My cell number is 845-304-4804. And I am going to be launching my website at spiritwebweaver.com. And I've just signed up for a Facebook page called Spirit Web Weaver, which will hopefully create more community. And I will say to everyone, as I have been teaching and also studying with all of this, that the energy that's coming in, that spirit is speaking to us. I know spirit's been speaking to me now for 2 weeks, but no, cancel that. It was 2 months at least. It's been since the holidays, and spirit has been asking me to trust and say yes. And I can feel things coming and changing, and I don't know. And this is a perfect example of what we're talking about, is that my mind wants to know everything, and my mind is saying, but I don't have this and I don't have that. And spirit is saying, move into your heart and trust that we have a plan for you. There's a mission, and just say yes and do it. So I said yes to doing today, even though I wasn't sure what I was being called upon to do. And I'm saying yes to launching and rebranding myself with a new website and new things, because the year of the horse, the year of the fire horse, has a lot to offer all of us. And so I thank you all for your um, participation and your calling. You're here because Spirit's been calling you. And I say many blessings and many good fortunes for the year to come. Thank you.
Wonderful presentation from my dear soul sister, El Jariel. An incredible um, example, right, of the masculine and feminine, the masculine teachings for the mind, and then the feminine receiving in the meditation. So beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And I am happy to share that we have the Cosmic Mermaid up next with us. Let me just see if I can find her here. Where is Miss Unabella? There she is.
Hi,
Hi, I'm just trying to get you on the
great
main screen
screen.
here. Now I can't find you. Hold on, guys. I'll be with you in a second. Oh, there you are. Okay, good. Found you. Add spotlight. There we are. Okay, wonderful. So I was mentioning to you guys that Una and I had a really great conversation just the other day regarding the astrology around the Fire Horse year and also this upcoming year. And I was also mentioning I'd love to have more of a conversation about that. But Una has her own design for today, and I'm allowing everyone to give you guys what they want to give you. So really exciting. Want to tell you a little bit about Una, and if you want to hear about the astrology for the new year, you can find that on my web YouTube channel at zarastarchild. It's not .com at Zara Starchild on YouTube. Under the live tab, you'll find my discussions with all of the speaker spotlights, and Una's is all about the astrology of the year. Really exciting. I met Una just this past winter solstice air time-ish over here in Saratoga, New York, where she had a booth at an event that was happening in Saratoga. And she gave me a reading, and it was so lovely and spot on. And she did an astrocartography chart for me, which was also really inspiring. And so she's been very inspiring in my life in just a very short period of time. I'm hoping that all of you guys are going to see, experience, recognize, and celebrate her brilliance as well. Una is an artist, an astrologer, a yoga teacher, a retreat planner, a sacred travel guide. She's also known as the Cosmic Mermaid, and she does talk about the source of that in the speaker spotlight. She offers astrology readings rooted in intuition, timing, and lived wisdom. She is the founder of Bella Retreats, where she helps leaders, healers, and creatives design transformative retreats and pilgrimage style journeys around the world. Her work is grounded in the belief that following the heart is not a risk, but a remembrance, and that the wisdom of the stars can help illuminate the path forward, blending astrology, embodied practice, and practical leadership. And Una helps people align their motivation in the world with their soul's deeper calling. She offers astrology readings, retreat concierge services, coaching, consulting, supporting clients in creating meaningful journeys, both inner and outer. And whether she is reading a chart, designing a pilgrimage style retreat, or guiding someone through a moment of transition, her work invites trust, courage, and a return to the spirit-led living, which is the perfect description of our Fire Horse year coming up. So exciting. So welcome in, Una.
Oh, thank you so much for being here, or for inviting me here. Very happy to be here. Really excited to talk with everyone today. I am going to be kind of sharing a few things. I'm going to weave in a little bit of my own personal story in understanding astrology and the astrology of place or astrocartography, how that ties into the year of the fire horse, astrologically as well. So I'm excited.
Me too. You're
Yeah.
up. Go for it.
Awesome. Do you think I can share my screen, and I just
Yeah.
want to make sure that you all see what
Um,
I want you to.
you did.
There
Okay,
we go.
good. All right, great.
So you're seeing my thing here now, from Fire Horse to Cosmic
Yep.
Mermaid. Okay,
Yep,
great.
we see it.
Awesome. So yeah, again, really excited to be here with you all, and thank you for the great introduction. I think one of the things that I want you to understand about me is that I'm someone who always follows my soul path. At a very young age, I had an experience where I was shocked and, traumatized, if you will, into understanding the bigger picture of life. So I've always been someone to take risks, because this is it. This is our one precious life. I've traveled to over 30 countries. I've lived in other countries. I've been studying astrology for many years, and I just have come to love and understand astrology in a way that I don't know why more people don't use it to do everything with their lives. Okay. Because I think it's that powerful. So today we're going to really explore this astrocartography theme. and which is our cosmic map on the earth. So there's a little bit of story and a little bit of teaching, and I am going to tie this into the fire horse. Again, I am really a mermaid. I go by the energetic archetype of mermaid. So even though it's a fire horse year, I put this unicorn in. I'm really getting unicorn energy this year, and I actually found that in Feng Shui traditions, the sky animal unicorn is mentioned as one of the protective symbols for 2026 that actually helps heal emotional exhaustion and to strengthen spirit essence. So, yes, this is the year of the fire horse in 2026, but I also really see this as like a very potent, pivotal year, like unlike any other year, maybe in history, even. So there is also a mystical, magical energy and mythical quality to this year. It's a big year for really making your dreams become a reality. So if you're feeling called to move or to do something different or to make a big change, I really think that this year is a year that we can find the bravery to do that. So I'll share a little bit here about my journey and how understanding astrology and astrocartography really gave me a map to understand the places on the world that were really calling me on my soul's journey. So let's go ahead and dive in here. I'm going to start at the very beginning of my own journey. My mother actually grew up in New York. That's where our whole family was from. But when it was time for me to be born, she actually took me out to Colorado. And I was born in the mountains there, a very special place called Glenwood Springs. So even though I was in the mountains, I think I've always been a mermaid. I'm a Pisces. And I was birthed in this very sacred, even to the indigenous there. Glenwood Springs has this water, that comes from the land there. And then it was just 2 weeks later that she then brought me back to New York to live and grow up with my family, where I stayed until I was 17 and graduating from high school. At that time, I was called back to New York, excuse me, back to Colorado. And it was one of those funny things, I applied to a couple different schools, but like that was the only one that I was accepted at. So it was a very obvious yes answer to go there. I moved to Boulder, Colorado back when I was 17 and ended up living there for 25 years. I didn't know it at the time, but Colorado is my Venus line. Okay. So I was born there. My birthplace, I felt had really claimed me from a very Venusian standpoint. We're going to talk a little bit more about what that means. But living there for 25 years really connected me. Venus is a connecting energy. I connected very deeply with people, with friends, with lovers, with my community. I went to school for art, which is another Venusian theme. And it was really a home base for me for also traveling. So from Colorado, I had a lot of stability and grounding there, and I was able to travel quite a bit, um, which eventually brought me to Australia, where something else got completely ignited for me in Australia. And we're going to talk more deeply about that and what happened for me there. But when we look at the astrocartography of this, we can really see that certain places hold really potent medicine for our soul's journeys. And so if we begin to understand our planetary lines, we can really understand why certain areas activate us over others. So during my 25 years in Colorado, like I said, I traveled a lot, not a big fan of winter, so I always like to fly south or go somewhere tropical to a beach or, anywhere that was fun in the sun. So during my Saturn return, I actually took a very big journey where it's just me, my backpack, and my Lonely Planet guidebook. If you all remember those days, this was pre-Instagram days. We didn't have cell phones at the time. It was more like Yahoo internet cafes that you had to go log into, if anybody remembers those. Anyhow, I ended up traveling to 22 countries. Over 2 years by myself because I just really wanted to experience the world. I wanted to understand. I wanted to know it. I wanted to know, what Italy tastes like, what the colors of Morocco looked like. And I was really trying to understand myself through discovering the world and to understand how different places reveal different parts of my own journey and my own soul. At the end of that journey, I actually landed in Costa Rica, where I got my yoga teacher training in Nosara at the Nosara Yoga Institute. If anybody knows Don and Amba, really beautiful people. And it was one of the first places that I began to host retreats was in Costa Rica. Now, Costa Rica is actually my Chiron line. And the planet or asteroid, if you will, Chiron is really associated with our deepest core wounds and our greatest opportunities for healing. And in the jungles of Costa Rica and in the culture of Pura Vida, and by studying yoga, I experienced a really profound amount of healing. So much so that I started my retreat business in Costa Rica because I just wanted to bring people to this land. So the real turning point also then came for me when I traveled to Australia. So by this time, my retreat business was thriving. We had planned a retreat to Australia in February 2020. And I was going there for the first time. I had never been there. I thought I would just be there for, 30 days and maybe go to Thailand. And I had to be back in Canada in May. And of course, we know what happened in 2020. And I remember, sending a email to my list that basically said, the world's going on pause and I'm going to the beach. Okay. So I had been studying astrology at that point, and astrologers had been talking about 2020 for many, many years. This wasn't new to us. And we knew, there was a major conjunctions happening. Saturn, the planet of restriction, was about to move into Aquarius. So we knew that it wasn't going to be 2 weeks, it was more going to be like 2 years of a kind of restrictive energy. So anyhow, I decided to stay in Australia during this pause. And as I was studying my map, I realized I was directly on my Neptune line. And Neptune is the planet associated with water, ocean, spirituality, creativity, deep trust and surrender. I also realized that I was in the middle of a once in a lifetime Neptune transit to my sun. So Neptune has been transiting Pisces for the last 14 years. I am a Pisces. So any sort of Neptune transit you have typically is once in a lifetime because it takes about 156 years to go around. It was also, my early 40s, midlife crisis times, if you will. And, most people go through that. But mine was very Neptunian because I had booked an Airbnb by the beach in a beautiful beach town called Byron Bay. I thought I was going to stay there for a week or two. And I ended up staying at that Airbnb for a year. Ended up living in Australia for 5 years. It was one of the best times of my life and one of the deepest lessons in deep trust and surrender in something bigger, in divine timing. I spent hours on the beach. I just, danced, I painted, I met my soul tribe down there. And I released a lot during that time, physically, energetically, and really let go of an identity And as I let go of an old identity, a new one started to come forth. This cosmic mermaid had been a concept that I had had for a while. Being a Pisces and being a beach girl, I always just kind of loved the mermaid mythology. One of my girlfriend's kids had this like mermaid tail, at the pool one day. And I was like, what? This kid gets to have a mermaid tail? Like, I want to have a mermaid tail. Like, do they have these for adults? Well, yes, they do. They have these for adults. So, for my 40th birthday, I actually booked a mermaid retreat to Belize. And I got these incredible underwater mermaid photography done by this photographer, Brett Stanley, who's just incredible. But it was fun. It was a concept, it was a theme. It wasn't fully embodied yet. And when I landed on my Neptune line in Australia, I started doing astrology readings full time. My entire energy changed. All I could wear was blue. I felt off. I didn't go to the beach every single day. And I really came into the embodiment of the archetype of the cosmic mermaid. And this is where I really realized the power of astrocartography, of following your soul path, of your soul medicine. And again, after 5 years of living in Australia, this cosmic mermaid was born and embodied. And like I said, I listened to my soul path. So I actually was called back to New York, where I'm living now. So 47 years after my mother brought me there as a 2-week old baby, I'm back in New York now. Um, Funny thing, New York is actually the same line as Costa Rica. So both of these places feel like home to me, but they are places where I do deep levels of healing. So it's very interesting because I'm doing another layer of family healing work here. And it's been very, very powerful to come back to New York after all this time in Australia. So, if you guys have any questions about my story or this, we can certainly talk here at the end. I'm going to just go into a little bit of um, the details of what is this astrocartography, and how does it actually work. So, it coined in the 1970s by Jim Lewis. This term, astrocartography, astrolocality, was created by Jim as, your cosmic map. Okay, so what that means is your birth chart is projected across the surface of the earth, and I even have like an example. I can show you what this looks like if you haven't seen it. Hold on, I'm just double checking my timing here today. Okay, great. Okay, so and this is really important. So at the exact moment that you were born, right, you take your first breath. And when that occurs, right, you have something that is called your birth chart, right? So I'm gonna pull up an example of what a birth chart looks like. And this is a map of the sky of the planets as they were rotating around Earth at your exact moment. So, in order to do astrocartography, your cosmic map, we do have to look at your cosmic blueprint first and foremost. Once we do that, okay, then we can begin to understand how those particular planets interact with each other. And then when we look at the astrocartography map, I'm going to show you what that looks like. Okay. These lines, uh, these are the lines that, like, so you know how the sun goes across the sky during the day? So also planets will have certain lines. We don't see them all, right? Because we don't see them in that way, but they are tracing a line across the globe as the Earth turns. So that is literally what astrocartography is. It's showing you where your lines are on the globe. So you do need to know your birth chart and your birth time. There are ways you can look this up on your own. I have a free download for you where you can get into this. Um, and there's just something to know and understand about it, which is there is a compass of the cosmos, which represents the four corners of our birth chart. The ascendant and descendant, which is about the self and our relationships, and then the ICMC, which is about our home and rooting, or our midheaven, which is our work and our career. So these lines will cross on these points in such a way that if you want to accentuate relationships, right, you go to a line where you have a planet on your relationship house, right? Or if you want to accentuate your work life, you would go to a planet line on that point. Okay. Um, I'll give you a little map of what I mean by this and these planets and what they mean. Now, this can vary a little bit if, you have certain conjunctions in your birth chart. Again, you have to understand your birth chart. But generally speaking, okay, if you go to a sun line, that's going to bring about more confidence and energy and vitality in you being able to shine your light. Moon lines, right, associated with the moon are going to have more feelings of home and belonging. Mercury lines, if you have a book to write, I'd be going to the Mercury line to get that writing done, and to communicate. Again, Venus lines really are about connection, love, beauty, harmony, people. Jupiter lines are great for teaching, growth, learning, expansion. Mars lines, very active lines. You may be very busy on a Mars line. May have a lot of energy on a Mars line. When we come to Saturn lines, these are places where we can build things of long-term stability. Those are not necessarily easy lines, but not necessarily negative either. You could have a Saturn line on your ascendant and decide to take on, a new job or a new relationship or a new health regimen and stick to it, right? Neptune lines, we've spoken, my Australia line, just a lot of magic and spirituality and creativity. Uranus lines can be very disruptive and energetic or even innovative. They can be very different, outside of the box places to go. When we go to Pluto lines, we are working with transformation, rebirth, big places to do powerful inner work. Chiron lines again can be very, very powerful for healing. And then I always work with the nodes. These are our karmic destiny points, and they have, oftentimes we can go to places like that and meet people, that type of thing. So it's a very potent placement. Now, back to the fire horse here. Okay. Yes, your birth chart matters, right? Yes, your place matters, but astrology is also the when things matter, right? So we're talking about time, we're talking about place, and we're talking about how this all works with your cosmic blueprint. So 2026 is one of those years. It's really, like I say, it's a unicorn year. And I'll talk more about that in the next slide. But this fire horse year to me feels like an ignition of the soul, um, a courage and a bravery being called forth to move, to claim yourself, your freedom, to go into new territories, to take on empowerment, and this could be an internal territory. This could be a new version of yourself, a new way of being. But this is a year to align your internal self with the actions that you take on the external as well. So this is a big year for movement. And like I said, timing is very important. 2026 is what I would call, like I said, a unicorn threshold year in astrology. To be a good astrologer is really to be a good historian. Um, and there's a lot converging in this particular year. I think this is a once in a generation reset year. We see a lot of the old structures dissolving. It's both collectively and personally significant, I think. So the last fire horse year was 1966. So if you can imagine what was happening then, in the United States anyway, we had a lot of civil rights movements, the women's liberation movement. There was massive cultural shifts at that time. So I think this is a year when, you know, it just doesn't change your life. I think the world is changing now. Astrologically speaking, I'll just go into some of the things that are converging in just this year. Pluto, which takes 250 years to go around. The last time it was where it was, we saw things like the French Revolution, the American Revolution, the Industrial Revolution. We're talking about major questions of power. As Uranus is in Gemini, where the last time that occurred, we had the Civil War, World War II, and advancements in railroads and technology and newspapers and how information was being moved around. So the way we're going to speak and connect is going to change. We have a Saturn-Neptune conjunction at the zero Aries point, which is a world point where we're seeing new leadership emerging. The last time this happened, we had the fall of the Berlin Wall. So we're talking about illusions breaking down. We're talking about a spiritual awakening. The last time Neptune was in Aries, we had the US Civil War, a time when morality and humanity was at play. Thank you to the last person, Kathy, for really calling in the embodiment piece and the heart piece. As Chiron moves into Taurus, I think grounding to the earth is going to be very important. Understanding what we really value is going to be very important. We have eclipses in the Leo Aquarius this year, where we're going to really be talking about expansion through creativity and heart-led leadership. We're going to be seeing changes in, how people express themselves, and again, around power and our community. So as I am running out of time here, I'm just going to wrap up real quick and just say one of the biggest, most important things I think we can be doing during this time is seeing retreats as an opportunity for pilgrimage. Like I said, I've organized over 100 retreats in 20 plus countries. And the thing that happens when you get a group of like-minded people in real life, in real time, I love these screens because we can connect in these ways like right now from all over the world. It's amazing. And in real life, uh, practices with people where we embody and we connect and we look each other in the eyes, I think is one of the most powerfully healing opportunities that we have on planet Earth right now. So I really want to call that in as, and if you can't go on a retreat, like do them with your neighbors, get your buddy and your friends and be in real life and come in more into the heart and into the body, because it's going to be a very rapidly changing world. Like I said, it's a unicorn year right now. So it's a big time. There's a lot of fire energy. There's a lot of air energy. So we have to understand how to really ground that into our bodies and into our hearts and work with our somatic healing and work with nervous system healing. So, I have, of course, always a lot more to say. I'm a Gemini moon. I could talk and talk. But just so you know, this is who I am, what I'm up to. You can get a reading at thecosmicmermaid.com. We can talk about retreats at bellaretreats.com. I have a free download for you all if you want to learn more about your astrology and astrocartography. That's something you can do on your own. It's also, something that you can talk to an astrologer about. So I will stop there and just check in if Zara has anything to say or if there's any questions in their chat. Yes, unicorn energy. It's definitely fire horse, but I'm calling it a unicorn. Being a mermaid, I'm calling in the unicorn energy as well. So thank you so much, Zara, for having me. Oh, I think you're muted, dolls. Think you're muted. I can't hear Zara.
Ah, I
And
just said so
oh,
much.
she's back. She's back. Okay, great. Okay, great. Let me
Well,
stop this share here. There we go.
thank you, Una, for sharing your gifts with the community. And yeah, I'm going to be talking to Una in the near future about creating some retreats. I
Yeah.
actually just got, I've known I wanted to do a retreat for a while, but just this past week I received where we might be going. So I'm excited to
Ooh.
share about that. So yeah, check out Una's website, spellaretreats.com for her retreats. And she has a retreat coming up soon in Costa Rica, right?
Actually, Tulum, we have the Water is Life retreat to Tulum. We go to the sacred cenotes and do a lot of ceremonies around the water there.
Wonderful. And you can find that on bellaretreats.com. And that's in a couple weeks.
March 24th. Yeah, about a month now.
Okay. You still have room for people?
Yes, we have three domes left. We're gonna be in these gorgeous domes. You feel
Ooh,
like you're in the middle of the jungle. It's beautiful. So,
amazing.
yeah.
Amazing. So, yep, check it out and tell us one more time about your bonus gift.
Yeah, so I made you all a Cosmic Mermaid Guide to Soul Aligned Location. So, how you can work with your birth chart and to understand how to map out your power lines. So, have fun with that. It's definitely something you can play around with on your own. If you also want, support, I'm available for that. You have to understand your birth chart. And then, you can kind of get into and it's what's really fascinating is many times people are drawn to places and live places on their lines and they just had no idea. They just like it there or they love going back there. And then you start to look at your map and you realize, oh, of course, that's my such and such line. So it's really
Exactly.
fascinating how we already are intuitively drawn to those places.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much. Thanks, Una. And I'm gonna remove the spotlight now. Thank you. Thank
You.
you. And I also wanted to, before we bring in our new guest, I wanted to just go back to Miss El Jariel's presentation and let you know that her bonus was a chart that you can use for reference and practice, plus a 25% off coupon if you book a healing or spiritual counseling session with El Jariel. So I forgot to mention that before we popped into Una. So that is available through the bonus through for our supporters. And up next, one of my favorite people on earth. It is Mr. Rama Raphael Rose. Welcome in, Rama. Rama is also a mentor within the Divine University, and I've been working closely with him over the past many years now, doing a lot of sacred earth work and ascension work. Rama, I'll just read you his bio. I could talk about him forever, but Rama is an Australian-based international teacher with 50 plus years of experience in the healing arts and has been facilitating groups and retreats for 35 years. He's mentored and initiated numerous men and young men in his professional roles as a psychotherapist and relationship counselor and school counselor. He brings eldership, compassion, and wisdom to his work, which is deeply dedicated to the restoration and expansion of the sacred masculine. He is a divine father emissary who transmits the light, wisdom, teachings, and transmissions from ascended, galactic, archangelic frequencies, which bring deep peace and upliftment to the human experience. He is the founder and principal teacher of the School of the Sacred Masculine in Sacred Union. And I cannot say enough good things about Rama and also his wife, Miss Kalyana. Both of them have been integral guides along my journey, and I've had several sessions and ceremonies with them. They were also the mother, father, elder supporters of the Divine University's second wave of mentors. So worked very closely with him. So welcome in, beautiful Rama.
Zara, thank you. And thank you for this opportunity to be with so many beautiful and dedicated people. It's quite an honor. Thank you. I'm speaking to you from the easternmost part of Australia, Byron Bay, subtropical paradise where the whales go past the dolphins. I surf with the dolphins, most mornings. It's difficult here. But as we all know, it isn't really about our geographical location. It is about the consciousness that we hold wherever we are on this beautiful planet. So it's 4 a.m. here, you know,
I
in our
asked
time
if he wanted
zone.
to go later, and they were like, no, he's an early riser.
He
You're going
is,
out
he is.
surfing after this, aren't you?
Uh, don't give away all my secrets, but yes. And and Kalyana will be on in 2 hours from now.
Mm. So, what are you going to talk to us about today? Awaken the
Well,
wild child within. Nope, that was
I
our
was given
ancient
to
father
bring,
circle.
yes, yes, I was given to bring to everybody on this podcast the Ancient Father Circle, which is a meditation journey process I was gifted many, many moons ago. I think about 22 or 23 years ago, if I recall. And I've taken the ancient fathers, or they've taken me around the planet, not only with the men's work, but when I work with Kalyana, when we do our sacred union work, also the role of the ancient fathers and their place in the evolution of humanity, particularly as it relates to the essence of the true masculine, the sacred masculine, the noble masculine, and particularly the way in which it addresses the distortions that have infected and affected our planet and our civilization for a very, very long time. And as we all know, all of that is being exposed, is coming to a head. And this is what is making it difficult for many people to see and to witness. Yes, this is the truth that is emerging. So my gift here today in this very brief time is to concentrate that energy of the Ancient Father Circle and its purpose for each of us, and each of us as a member of a soul group dedicated to the upliftment and the liberation of the earth. And so that's the purpose today. And all of those areas within our own energy bodies that need the power, the benevolent power of the masculine in order to do our work, in order to push through resistance, push through sabotage, and push through sometimes interference. And this creates an enormous and powerful protective shield in the sense that the ancient fathers have our back in that sense. And for the men and the women who are dedicated to mission liberation on earth, the ancient fathers have our back in that sense of, in the colloquial sense, but in the sense also of having the back of our chakra body protected, preserved, and inspired in order that we may deliver through, if you like, the front of our chakra body and our sacred work on earth, in whatever form we're doing that. So I'm
I
very
love that.
aware of time, so I'm ready to launch in if you are.
Okay, I'm
Yeah,
gonna remove my spotlight and give Rama the whole floor. There you
thank
go.
you. Beautiful. Well, now, beloved hearts, closing our eyes, and gently but firmly going within. And as we breathe together, the holy breath, the sacred breath, the purified breath that connects all of life on this beautiful, beautiful planet. And we breathe the holy breath into the very center of our chest. And we breathe the holy breath into the eternal flames of our heart. And we feel with the centers in the soles of our feet our connection to our ground, through our ground here, and into the heart of the Holy Mother Earth. As we now ask for the heart portal to be opened to the 12th octave of love and light within and around us now. We call upon the angels and the archangels of the heart portal to merge their heart flames with our heart chakra now. And we ask that this portal be amplified, magnified, and concentrated 1,000-fold within and around us. And the heart portal for this particular unique time together is a beautiful crystalline sphere of light, just large and comfortable enough for each of us here to sit in circle. And this sphere of crystalline light is a beautiful, rich yellow gold. The top 1/3 of our sphere is a beautiful, soft, luminous pink, glowing with the frequencies of the Divine Mother. The lower 1/3 of this sphere is a rich emerald green, glowing with the inspiration, the nurturing, and the love of the Earth Mother. And as we now sit in circle, we join our hands and we send our heart flame to the one on our left, and we receive the heart flame from the one on our right, creating a continuous, radiant heart circle. We deepen the breath now. Yo norti mari shikuno rate masukuan kwake kurunogoa maretaka rata shukuru bundorono guomoaya naka anaha shikana ra ra ra. We now call upon the energy, the love, the wisdom, the power, the grace, the intelligence, and the compassionate nurturing of the ancient Father Circle, keepers of the flame of the sacred masculine. And on this day, they come to us in the form of a very concentrated sphere of copper gold light, holding the energies of power, of compassion, of wisdom, of true guidance, of stillness, and of dynamism. And this sphere of glowing copper gold light now begins to approach our energy bodies. And very gently and asking permission, now comes and approaches our solar plexus center as we become aware of the small sun in our solar plexus center. And we breathe into this center, into our diaphragm, into our solar plexus. And we feel the warmth, the power, the love of this sphere of the ancient fathers. And this beautiful molten copper gold light, warming, nourishing, inspiring, and uplifting, now begins to move simultaneously upwards and downwards. Filling our solar plexus center and moving up through the channel to our heart center, and breathing into our heart center and moving down, moving into our spleen center just above the navel, triggering and keying our codes of renewal, regeneration, and refreshment in the spleen center. Pulsing our solar plexus with power and with knowing. Pulsing our high heart center. Pulsing our thymus gland. Again, regeneration, renewal, and robustness. Pulsing our navel center, this beautiful molten warm copper gold light pulses our navel center, our hara, filling, nourishing. Pulsing our throat center, warming, opening, illuminating, bringing forth with clarity our truth, our love, our wisdom, our experience, so that we may speak with the full power of our divine presence as we give, as we teach, as we sing, as we hum, as we mantra through our throat center. And the soft golden light now begins to pulse our sacral center, our sexual and creative center, filling it with warmth, copper gold light, and the fire of creativity, and the fire of our sacred sexual energy that may be harnessed for our vitality our drive, our creativity, our personal healing, and our personal potential for holy communion with ourselves, for ecstatic union with ourselves and with another, dedicated to the sacrament of sacred union through the temple of our bodies. And the soft golden light, the copper gold light of the ancient fathers, now moves just behind the back of the head to our ascension chakra as we align and dedicate to our personal ascension pathway and the ascension pathway of humanity, of the earth, and of all creatures here, great and small. And the copper gold light warms this beautiful river of light, now warms our womb chakra, illuminating, pulsing our creations, that they may earth and birth here. And copper gold light now moving, illuminating our third eye, our sacred eye, that we may see with clarity. We may see the glories of the universe, and we may perceive in our work, in our mission, we may perceive, we may read the soul and energy body of others with great clarity. And we may transmit the glories of this universe, the great sights, the visions, and may radiate from our third eye and amplify. And the copper gold ancient father light now fills our base center, fills and flows through our legs down to our feet, fills with the full power of manifestation, of power of presence, that we may hold our sacred and divine presence in all our movements and our stillness upon this earth, that we may ground our visions, our mission, our work, our vocation. It may ground, it may network, it may expand to all humanity without boundaries, without borders, reaching into the hearts and minds of all who would hear the call of liberation. And the liquid light now moving up through our crown, opening the 22 flames of the crown center as we acknowledge the ever-flowing, never-ceasing light, love, power, grace, wisdom, and joy, and creativity flowing from the very heart of our Mother, Father, Goddess, God, source of all that is, flowing through our crown, our molten river of light, flowing upward through our crown, through our soul star, and through our stellar star, flowing through the soul star of the earth, flowing as a river of light through the beautiful heart of Venus, and flowing through the heart of Sol, our sun. We give thanks to this great one, for his great power, light, and wisdom. And we receive now, as the copper golden light of the ancient fathers mingles with the light flowing from the great, great central sun, bringing calibrations, upgrades, perfectly attuned to our needs personally, for the needs of the earth and the needs of humanity and the needs of all creatures, great and small. And this great commingling of the copper gold light and the intense radiant light from the great, great central sun now flows through all our energy bodies, through the back of all our chakras, through the front of all our chakras, and flows down through the centers in the soles of our feet and into the heart of beloved Mother Earth. And we receive now. We receive through the heart center of our land, our island. And we receive this ever-abiding love flowing from the heart of the beloved Earth Mother. And the copper gold light now flows into the pure violet, fifth dimensional heart of Gaia. And our river of light now flows into the voidal heart of the earth. And we rest here now. We rest in pure silence and pure stillness. And now for each of us, and we hold the contents of our sacred work, our mission, individually and in group. And we ask for the ancient fathers now to surround, support, and inspire this sacred work. And perhaps in this moment, we receive an inspiration, a guidance for future mission work. As we ask our overlighting angel, our overlighting team, our overlighting guides, to be also welcomed and bathed in this beautiful copper gold light. And we offer this prayer for the full and unimpeded restoration of the sacred masculine in all men, in all women, in all our offspring, in all our dealings with the Mother Earth, in her physical body, in her energy bodies. the full honoring by the sacred masculine of the sacred feminine in all her forms. And we now ask for the ancient fathers to send a blessing to our fathers, our birth fathers, and to send a powerful wave of forgiveness, calling on the universal law of forgiveness to flow to our fathers and their father 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 and their father, and the power of forgiveness to flow, the full support of the ancient fathers to all beings through the dimensions and off planet, who have not brought their highest light to the earth. And we offer now the power of the law of forgiveness to these ones, that they may turn to the light, turn to the light, turn to the light. And we now place the center of our palm on our heart center, our left hand, if we are right-handed, and place the center of the palm of our right hand upon our solar plexus center. We bring the holy breath into this space between the solar plexus and the heart. And now one hand slides upon the other to hold this sacred space. As our copper gold river of light now returns to its spherical form, a concentrated sphere of light, begins to slowly disenmesh from our solar plexus center, slowly moves from our energy bodies with its sacred and holy nectar left within all our bodies to nourish and protect. We thank the ancient fathers as we say out loud together, blessed be all life, blessed be the ancient fathers, Blessed be. And gently returning to our physical bodies, just perhaps wiggling our toes and fingers. Just taking a nice deep breath. Having a stretch of our spine. And over to you, Zara.
Thank you so much, Rama. As always, beautiful, amazing, powerful transmissions. It's wonderful to be in sacred space with a man who truly embodies the divine masculine and supports others to do the same. And that's all I'll say. Namaste, brother.
Thank
Namaste.
you.
All
Thank
right,
you.
we are moving on, everybody. Was that not amazing? Put your comments in the chat for Rama if you enjoyed that. Let him know. Give him some love. Um, we're moving along. We're a little what's it? I'm speechless. We're a little shifted off of our schedule, but that is totally okay. We're moving in. You guys, I can't even talk after that. That was so powerful. Thank you so much, Rama. All right, Carolyn Lewis is up next. Caroline Lewis is up next. Add the spotlight. There you go. Hello, Caroline. Hi. Welcome in. I can't hear you, but you're not muted. Felicia just joined us. Hi, welcome in, welcome in. You're going to want to catch the replay, Felicia. That was we've had some really amazing speakers and some meditations and some activations so far. Oh, Fawn is on. You made it. Awesome. John says lovely meditation. So good, so good. So while Carolyn's fixing that, I will tell you, you might want to log off and log back in, Caroline. Sometimes that helps. Thank you. Need to discover more all of what must be done, says Owl. So just to, as Caroline's figuring out the audio, just will share that Rama and Kalyana have in the past led some amazing retreats around Australia to what was that stone? Ooh, the big sacred stone there,
Uluru.
Uluru. Thank you. I am space cadet right now. Uluru, Velva says. Thank you. Yeah, and they do some fantastic work together in relationship, sacred masculine, sacred feminine, sacred masculine, sacred mother. Kalyana will be coming up soon. So let me share a little bit about Caroline. Darcy says, thank you, Kalyana. Your voice and energy are so calming. That was fantastic. My body is at ease. Your presence is powerful. Thank you for empowering the men. That's to Rama. Beautiful energy in that meditation. Wow, thank you. And then we got what's happening right now from Hope. We just, Hope, beloved Hope, we just completed an amazing activation of the Ancient Father Circle. And Kalyana will be coming up later, representing the twin flame of Rama in their sacred union, divine masculine, divine feminine. How you doing, Caroline? Felicia says, that's my horse, King in the photo. I love horses. I'm excited for the year of the fire horse. There will be a recording for us all super. Yes. So let's just, while Caroline's getting ready, there is a recording. You guys will have access for 7 days. After that, the replay will be available, lifetime replay will be available for um, those that are supporting this summit. And I'm going to have Jasmine put in the bonus page link for us right now in the chat. If you would, Jasmine, put your the bonus page link in the chat so they can support this summit if they choose to. They can get the replays and all of the amazing bonuses from our speakers. Caroline, how you doing? Any volume yet? Not yet, I'm thinking. I also lost your video on that one. Yeah, we're going to suggest that you log out and come back in, Caroline. Sometimes that does help. Velva, you're up next. Are you interested in maybe changing places with Caroline so she can sort it out? Yeah, is that okay with you, Caroline? I can't hear you. Do you mind if Velva takes this spot and you come on in 30 minutes? Yeah, that's cool. All right, awesome. Cool. Well, we'll get Velva on here and we'll talk about, we'll get Velva's share and then Caroline can work out the tech stuff that happens. It's no big deal. And she can come on when she is ready. Here you are. I found you, Velva. Pin? Oops. Hold on, guys. Got my own tech stuff going on. Raina, is that Raquel Raina in there in the audience I see? I lost Velva. Where'd you go?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
This is
Who is it?
Caroline.
It's Caroline. You're in. Okay. Sorry, Velma. We're gonna shoot back to Caroline. She's got it sorted. Thank you for volunteering to come forward.
Okay.
Spotlight. There we are. Yay, we got it
Wonderful.
going. Welcome, welcome
Oh
everybody.
my gosh. Yeah, the
Uh,
Zoom, sometimes when Zoom redoes everything, I'm like,
it
oh,
happens. Yeah,
yeah.
tech stuff
Um,
happens. I woke up
absolutely.
at 4 o'clock this morning, guys, and then I did like meditation slash napping from like 4 to 8, multitasking. And I just kept having all these crazy anxiety dreams about this, like of tech not working. My crystal bowl broke in my dream. It was just like a mayhem. Like I wasn't prepared, but um, just a dream. So
Yeah,
let
we're
me
entering
share.
a portal, so
Yeah,
everything is just
it can get a
transitioning right
little,
now.
yeah, it can get a little frayed.
Yeah,
So let me tell you guys, let me introduce Carolyn Lewis and then I'll hand it over to her. So is it Carolyn or
it's
Caroline?
Caroline.
Got
Yes,
it.
thanks for checking in about that.
Caroline. She is the founder of Root Awareness and a psychotherapist, energy healer, wilderness guide, and creativity and leadership coach, Scottish, Irish, and Welsh ancestry, and a childhood spent wandering the lush landscapes of Louisiana. Caroline's work is rooted in lifelong connection to the earth. For more than 20 years, she has been guiding individuals and groups through healing transformation and purpose-aligned leadership. Caroline specializes in supporting highly sensitive people and empathic leaders, helping them cultivate and attune relationships with self, others, and the natural world. She believes that when humans heal, the earth heals, and with us, and the awakened, highly sensitive people and empaths are the key to ushering in the new paradigm. She is based in Durango, Colorado. So, welcome in Caroline. And Caroline's going to be talking about awakening the wild child within today. Yeah. And because we only have, I would love to delve into some questions with Caroline, but we have 30 minutes. So I'm going to hand it over to her so she can bring you all of her special medicine over the next half an hour. Go ahead, Caroline.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Zara. So grateful, honored, excited to be with all of you today. And yes, we are indeed entering a new cycle. And I love that we all get to come together with one another in do this work with one another, because I really do think that that's the new paradigm we're entering in, is this interconnectivity and how we can all bring in our own unique gifts as sensitive humans and empaths who are so deeply connected with the grounding and the energy of Earth right now. And I just want to share that these times are, they just take so much dynamism and capacity, really, because they are serious times. We are in threshold times, and there's a lot at stake. And it's so important that we stay grounded, stay rooted in our joy and our love for each other, and really connected with that inner child, the one within us who has that beginner's mind, the wide-eyed innocence, the one within us that when times feel so intense and they feel so challenging, and we might go deeply into our grief and even feel the collective grief and the ecological grief that's happening right now in the world, that in the same coin, the other side of the coin is that joy. When we are able to access the deeper parts of ourselves, we can also access our vitality and our aliveness and our joy, because it's so important. Even this year of the fire horse, we might be having a lot of fire in our energy system and a lot of movements and wanting to leap into the next paradigm or the next step in our lives. But it's like, also, how do we invite in slowness, and how do we invite in presence to really be in the moment of these threshold times? Because they are beautiful times, even though there's so much happening, swirling around us. And so how do we come back to the vitality and to the play and to the remembrance of who we truly are? And that's really the root of my work that I do. So I am a therapist, and I really do a lot of deep healing with people, as far as with the energy system and with their inner child, and how to really embody that love for ourselves that we experience when we're really young, before trauma, before the world the world takes the reins in a lot of ways in our lives. And so how do we come back and take the reins, like the riding that horse of freedom? How do we take the reins of our own lives and come back to that joyfulness and that laughter? And yeah, so I do a lot of that in my one-on-one sessions with people, but I also do that with nature. So I lead nature-based adventure retreats. And so I take highly sensitive people out into nature. We go on canoe trips. I'm doing a sea kayaking trip in British Columbia this summer, where I'm taking a whole group of people, and we're going to go and hang out with the whales and really just come back to our playfulness and our joy. And when sensitive people come together, it's just I mean, in simple terms, it's such a vibe. It's like, we finally get to just be in our free essence, because, so oftentimes, like, we're around people who, don't have that unique sensitivity. And so when I gather sensitive people and we're outside and we're playing, it's like, it's truly beautiful. And I really do believe, like, my mission in the world is, I really do believe that sensitive people are going to be leading the way. We are ushering the new paradigm in, because we remember what it means to be human, and we remember our humanness, and that's what people are longing for right now. So anyways, just invite all of us. I'm going to be also leading meditation today, and I would love, for all of us to just, be gentle with ourselves, even through meditation. If you start to find your mind wandering, or you start to feel lost in the meditation, part of that really loving ourselves is just being so gentle with ourselves, and knowing that this is all such an imperfect process, and we're always learning, we're continuing to learn. And if we can keep that, no matter where we are, then again, we come back to our true essence. So again, thanks for inviting me here. And yeah, so what we'll do is, first, if people feel inspired, if you're really comfortable right now, that's totally fine. But I imagine people have also been sitting a lot. So I would love to just get people kind of like in their bodies a bit. And even if you want to stand up, and you can turn off your video if you feel a little shy, but I also invite you to work with your edges here today and just stand up. And you can even just do a little stretching, stretching the body. You can like outsize arms. And again, welcoming in that inner child today, the one who just wants to have fun and doesn't really care what other people think. And you can do a little shaking with your arms and kind of shake out any kind of stuck energy, anything that feels uncomfortable in this moment. And really just listen to your body. How does your body want to move right now? Like right now, my body wants to stretch above my head, and you can follow my guidance too, or you can do exactly what feels right for you. Just allow yourself to be a little goofy. We're always so serious. Not always, but a lot of times spiritual work. We think we have to be so serious, but it can also be so much fun. I love Zara how you're dancing. Yeah, you can just move the body how the body wants to move. And you can stretch down. Yeah, and just come back to the heart space. You can put one hand on your heart, one on your womb space or your sacral center. Just take a few deep breaths. And you can just say to yourself today, I trust you. And take a couple more deep breaths. And you can go ahead and sit down again, or you can stay standing, whatever feels right for you. And now I invite everyone to go ahead and just close their eyes and get really comfortable. Whatever feels right for you, if that's laying down or it's sitting up straight. And again, just trust your body, what your body is asking of you in this moment. Now go ahead and take a few deep breaths. Breathing in from the belly. And now invite your spirit to come fully home into your body. So wherever you've been, other places with other people, right now you get to be fully home. And go ahead and greet your spirit. Say hello. Thank you so much for being here. Offer gratitude to your spirit for showing up today. There's so many other places that you could be. And today you decided to show up for you and for this collective unfolding that's happening right now. So really just offer your spirit gratitude for all the ways that you show up in your life. That this is the most sacred relationship you'll ever have in your life is you to you and your spirit. And now let's go ahead and greet the earth and offer gratitude to earth underneath our feet. that Earth is what connects all of us. This is our home. And the Earth offers so much abundance to us every day. And now go ahead and drop a grounding cord from your root chakra, which is located at the base of your spine. And drop a grounding cord from your root chakra all the way down into the depths of the earth, to the core of the earth. And really feel into that connection. You and earth, your original place of belonging, our original mother. And just feel into that connection through a few deep breaths through the body. And allow that grounding to expand and become deeper down, down, down into the earth. And now, if you can imagine opening up your feet and your feet chakras and starting to breathe in earth energy from earth up through the feet and up through the legs and through the womb space. Breathing in earth energy. And as you breathe out, you're grounding down, down, down into the body, into earth. Breathing in earth energy. Breathing out, grounding all the way down into earth. Breathing in earth energy. Breathing out, grounding down, down, down into earth. And let's do a few more breathing cycles that way, and you can follow my guidance or go at your own pace. Breathing in earth energy. Breathing out, grounding all the way down. Breathing in earth energy. And breathing out, grounding all the way down. And now, with relaxing shoulders, relaxing face in the body, go ahead and invite your young one to come into the space. And really trust the first image, the first knowing that you get, that that's your intuition speaking to you, even if it surprises you. And now ask your spirit to show you a place in nature when you were young where you felt so alive. And again, trusting the first hit that you get. And this is a place where you can fully be your whole self, in a place where you feel so connected with beauty and the natural world and earth. And again, you just get to be yourself. And notice what time of day it is. what time of year. With your eyes still closed, with your mind's eye, just notice what colors you see. What are the smells in the air? What does it feel like to be here in your body? And just allow yourself to relax and to be. There's nothing to do, there's nothing to change. You get to just be here. And now start to breathe in the essence of this place into every cell of your being, immersing yourself so fully here. And now ask your young one who's with you, in this year of the fire horse, what can I do for myself that's going to bring so much play and joy? And just trust the first hit that you get. What's the medicine for me this year that can allow myself to be in my young divine essence? When I get lost or I get afraid or I get confused, what can bring me back here? And now offer gratitude to your young one. You might ask the young one what this one needs in this moment, maybe a hug or a gentle reminder. And you can just let this one know that no matter what, you've got them. If there's any kind of hurt in relationship or anything that comes up in the world that feels really challenging, that no matter what, you've got this one. And that you'll always be with them. Now let's offer gratitude to this beautiful place that visited you today, a place in nature that the more than human world, the beings in nature, they also have their spirits, and they decided to come visit you today. These memories, the spirits of your childhood, of these beautiful healing places that still exist in your heart and your body, that they chose you, they chose to come see you again today. And just let's really honor that connection. Offering gratitude to our ancestors and to the earth and to each other, bringing that spirit of innocence and aliveness and remembrance that we can all remember with one another, so we can bring that those gifts to the future ones. Take a couple more deep breaths. You can say goodbye to your inner young one right now. And let's just drop another grounding again. Grounding this meditation into the here and now, into the body, down deep into the earth. And you can imagine drawing a big golden circle of completion around you in this healing today. And an even bigger golden circle around all of us, that we are all in so many different places across the world right now, where we're here together in spirit and in hope for our future and for ourselves, and believe that we are making this world such a more incredible place for all of us. And with such deep care, when you're ready, with slowness, you can come back and open your eyes.
That was wonderful, Caroline. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I saw my little girl self.
Yes, if we
Yeah.
had more time, I usually love to hear where everyone went and just the places
Yeah.
I came to visit you. And I really invite all of you to journal, what came up for you, perhaps after the call, or because this is such sacred medicine that comes to us during these calls and through these meditations. So yeah, just
And feel
appreciate all
free
of
to
you.
put it in the chat, everybody. Put it in the chat, your love for Caroline and the meditation. Um, yeah. It's wonderful to gather all of these amazing people together and have an amazing day, but you're only getting a taste of everyone. And they have so much more to offer with some extended time. But you'll get all of their websites. We're throwing their websites up in the chats, so you can reach out to them that way. If you're a Circle supporter, you'll get their bonus gifts. And Jasmine put that in the chat just recently. So if you haven't become a supporter yet, you can. It's only 29 bucks. You get all their bonus gifts and you get their what else? Oh, the lifetime access to the replay and all of that stuff and all the connections. But you can reach out to each of them individually as well with their websites. So thanks again, Caroline, for coming on and sharing your medicine with all of us. Appreciate you. And
Yeah.
did
Yeah,
you
and
want to say
again,
anything?
if you're would love a one-on-one transformational session or learn more about my work, I'm at rootawareness.com. And thank you so much, Sarah,
Yeah,
for for this space.
my pleasure. And her bonus is the Wild Child meditation. So I'm assuming it's just a little bit, it's that plus more, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's an
Yes.
extended version of that. So awesomeness. Okay. Up next, we have Miss Velva Dawn. Whoops. I got you one sec. I love your background there. That's really cool. So, let me share with you guys a little bit about Velva. Velva Dawn Silver is a keynote speaker, author, and sovereign architect who helps people return to themselves through the embodied union of the feminine and masculine. Her work blends nervous system regulation, energetic sovereignty, and ancient wisdom to support deep healing, clarity, and soul-led leadership. As the founder of the Embodied Femme and creator of the Sovereign Architect Sessions, Velva guides individuals worldwide in releasing old patterns and stepping into grounded, empowered self-expression. She is the author of Ancient Secrets of the Goddesses, Awakening the Divine Oracle Cards, and Unwinding the Divine Masculine, and her intuitive yet practical approach creates transformation that's felt in the body and anchored in truth. So amazing. So we had the divine masculine with Rama, we had the divine child with Caroline, and we're moving into the divine feminine with Miss Velvet Dawn. So exciting. Thanks for coming on.
So thank you very much for that beautiful introduction. And it's been beautiful listening to what everyone is contributing because it's all unique and different. So thank you so much, Zara. So,
Loving it. So I will
okay.
pass it over to you. Velvet's going to give us the fire horse activation, living from the unapologetic self.
Thank you. So welcome, everyone. Welcome to the amazing Fire Horse Summit that we have all been part of here. And we've all been feeling the energy coming in, and it's getting stronger as we are only 2 days away. So most recently, I've spent quite a bit of time in Hawaii, and we're going to be connecting with the Kilauea energy, with the goddess Pele. At the end here, I'm going to be bringing that energy in. She's actually bubbling right now, ready to erupt again. And when we look around the earth with the ring of fire, we know that Mother Earth is birthing the energy of the divine feminine and bringing this energy through all of us. So what I want to talk about today is living from your unapologetic self, that true essence of who you were before the beliefs, before the wounding, before the fear, going back to the very beginning. So when we think of the fire horse energy that's coming in, it's about liberation, it's about truth, it's about forward momentum. If you've ever been on the back of a horse, you know when they're in a full gallop, you are moving at a very fast speed. So what we're going to do, this is an invitation in your time with me to come home to your original essence, to yourself. And the fire horse doesn't ask permission, it moves from truth, which is why it's so important that every speaker that's come together has allowed us to go into a different aspect of who we are. So as we move closer to February 17th, we step into the fire horse. It's a cycle that invites us to move, to speak our truth, and to live without apology. So many people are living inside a subtle apology. Sometimes we apologize for our voice, our needs, even what we know. There's many of us that have seen this coming for a while, and people were trying to convince us that it was a conspiracy. We don't know what we're doing. But here it is being birthed, the things that we have seen underneath the earth for a long time. So when we talk about self-abandonment, the times where we abandon certain parts of ourself, what this does is it creates exhaustion in your body. Your body feels very tired. It creates resentment and disconnection from the body. So when we live out of alignment, the nervous system stays in contraction. So everything feels tight. Your neck feels tight. You feel a tightness in your belly. Everything just feels very non-fluid. So authenticity, which is what we're wanting to really embrace here, stabilizes the collective. So one person in truth gives permission to others. And I always say when I'm teaching to my students, let your truth flow, because when your truth flows in that circle, you're giving somebody else in the circle permission to speak their truth. So remember that when you're biting your tongue or you're holding back, just let your truth flow out. And the world doesn't need more performance. It needs more congruence. We need unity. We need the feminine and masculine within each person to have that sacred union, which then has a ripple effect around the world. So how do you know if you're living unapologetically? It is that hell yes. It is that time where you know you are on fire, and you can feel it in your body. So here are some signs that you know if you are living unapologetically. So you speak your truth without rehearsing it. You just let it naturally flow. You're not thinking, looping in your head. How is this person going to respond when I speak to my truth? You just let it flow. Your body feels relaxed, like I was talking about previously. You're just at ease with everything that is flowing from you. Your decisions feel very clean. They're very clear. Even if it's an uncomfortable choice that you're making, which I'm seeing so many people around me right now, as they move into their authentic self, they're making big life changes, careers, relationships, where they're living, how they're moving through life. So your body is just going to feel relaxed and clean in your clarity of where you're going. The next thing is you stop over explaining. When it's a no, it's a no. You don't have a whole story behind it to validate why you have boundaries, why you're saying no. And inside, you feel internally anchored. It's just that root cord that goes down and connects. That is being anchored. You feel that energy solid in your core. So, what are some signs that you are not living unapologetically? You're second guessing yourself. You're looking externally for the affirmation. You're asking others what to do. You're giving your power away. So when you're second guessing, you want to move back into the center, which we're going to go through an exercise here in a moment to get you back into that true essence. Another sign that you're not is you're editing yourself to maintain connection. So what this means is there's relationships in your life, could be intimate, could be family, could be people you work with, the community, where you're editing who you are, you're shape shifting. And when we look at the snake in the background, the whole power of the snake was to shed the skin, to let go of the old identities that you have been, just to keep the peace, just for people in the room to feel comfortable that you're not too much. So you want to let go of editing who you are. Allow your quirkiness, your wise one, that vulnerability to begin flowing. Another sign that you're not living in that unapologetic self is you say yes to things when your whole body is contracting. You know that feeling when you say yes from obligation and your whole body tightens. Your stomach is tightening, everything begins tightening. So that is meaning that you're not being unapologetically yourself. Another one is carrying resentment or emotional fatigue. There's a lot of eruption happening right now. The people that are just awakening, maybe letting go of things they've been suppressing for years. And maybe you're that person who's holding that for them. And maybe there's things within you, there's resentment. I always say that healing is not a one and done. It's a layering like a rose. It's like one petal opens and then more petals begin to open. So you may feel you've moved through one experience, but you're seeing little whispers still of the root of the resentment that you're releasing. And the last part that you may see if you're not fully authentically being yourself is living in roles that no longer feel true. So I myself, when I was in Hawaii for 2 months, I literally stopped. I was pacing the floor. I paused. I was looking at the ocean. I was going and swimming with the ocean, where I was greeted by turtles and dolphins and octopus. And what I realized I kept hearing from the ocean was slow down. Move yourself out of the hamster wheel and just listen to what your body is guiding you to do. Decalcify the old belief system that you have to be doing in order to be loved or to be seen or to be heard. So these are some signs that you are living in your true essence, that unapologetic self, and then there's some that are not. So if you're managing how people perceive you, you may be negotiating your truth. So this is where we really take some stillness, shut everything down, power down everything, and just start paying attention to where you're micromanaging how you're showing up to be perceived by those around you. And sometimes, often, it can be family. You know, we tend to sometimes shrink ourselves smaller because they don't have the same beliefs as we do, or they see us still as that little child. And now we're shedding into a new identity of who you truly are and what your belief systems are. So now we're going to begin looking at the pathway into your authentic self, because we're moving from that snake behind us into that fire horse. So radical self-honesty with yourself. Begin to get really honest and begin asking yourself, what am I tolerating? And just listen, feel your body. Is it expanding? Is it contracting? Where are you shrinking in your life? Where are you making yourself smaller? And what truth am I avoiding? This is a big one, because with these last few days of the snake energy, as we move into this fire horse, everything is being heightened. So those little whispers that you may have been getting all throughout last year are becoming heightened. And those are the things maybe perhaps that you're avoiding, that you really need to get to the root of. Let them go. Now, the nervous system permission. I'm sure you've heard this many times through social media, through everywhere. The biggest key that we can be working on right now is our nervous system. Shedding any old emotions, calcified patterns, maybe that you saw as a child, through religion, through parental roles, and just really bringing those to your awareness. And when we slow down, I always say doing a silent retreat is one of the most powerful things that you can do to see where your nervous system is at. If you find that you give yourself even 72 hours to slow down, you're going to see where you're at. And what I mean by that is, does your mind keep looping when you slow down? I should be doing something. I'm not being productive. I don't have any goals today. And then you start to see, that you're in the hyper focus and you want to just breathe, do some yoga, gentle movement, grounding, grab your crystals, and really start letting your nervous system move with ease. So when we look at the nervous system, authenticity requires safety. So sometimes when we're not being our unapologetic self, it's because our body doesn't feel safe. Maybe it's the environment. It could be a situation that you are in. It could be your health. And so these are things that we want to look at. Where do you not feel safe in your life? And really allowing yourself to sink into that time. So you want to slow down and you want to breathe and you want to ground before you start responding to things in your life. Just take a pause. Many times we have been programmed that we have to respond to something right away because that's the polite thing to do. So just change a few of these sequences. Just take a pause and listen to what your body is saying before you respond to an invitation. And allow your body to begin moving forward first before your mind starts engaging. So truth emerges when your body feels safe. You'll start to see that when you regulate the nervous system, that your truth starts to emerge in the things you say, how you move your body, how you connect with people. Everything will begin to shift. So we want to release the apology pattern. So what that is over explaining or softening your truth. Those times in your life where you have to give a reason why it's a no, instead of just saying no, thank you. You want to practice speaking clearly and simply. And you just look at those patterns, because sometimes they're connected to our moms and our grandmothers and the women before us, where we watch them over explain, over give, have very spongy boundaries. You want to also use boundaries as devotion. So this is part of the nervous system regulation, is creating healthy boundaries. I always say that when we have a healthy container, other people can feel it. When we have porous boundaries, people keep taking more and more and more. So boundaries act as self-respect, not rejection. So they give your nervous system that safe space of, okay, I'm going to go do this, but you start to move forward and your body contracts. That's your body saying, this isn't right for right now. So taking that simple pause back and going, okay, I don't know why, but this just isn't right now. So really listening to your body, connecting to that temple. Every boundary strengthens your self-trust inside. Your body begins trusting you as you honor your own boundaries of what your body needs. So we begin to embody our values publicly. So taking visible action aligned with who we are. We start walking our talk authentically. We live our life the way we know we want to be, rather than waiting for that moment. That shifts everything, because the universe supports you. It shows up and sees that you are owning your boundaries, and that in itself is supported. New doors open, new opportunities, new connections. Everything starts to open up when we listen to our body. So momentum builds your identity. So as I was talking about previously, we've been shedding the snake skin, and we've been letting go of the identities of who we thought we should be. I've had so many clients come to me lately and say to me, Velvedon, I'm not where I thought I would be right now in my life. And I say to them, what if all of the things you've been doing up until this point are the most important tools and lessons that you needed to learn to be where you are right now? And sometimes we invalidate the hard experiences and the goal that we have of where we thought we should be right now maybe started in your childhood. And that identity doesn't necessarily fit with your growth anymore. So just allowing that to fall away and to create a new space that you are moving into sometimes helps the mind and the body in cohesion. So the one thing the fire horse has been doing is really helping shed the identities, letting go, burning away who you were as a mother or a father, as a daughter or a son, as a partner, as a friend in your business. You've probably been seeing that you don't fit in those old identities anymore. There's a lot more space, and sometimes it feels unsafe because we've burnt away that old container and there's a new foundation that is emerging. And that's what we're moving into right here and right now in these next few days, is we're stabilizing that root and we're bringing the energy from Mother Earth up to support us, just like the volcanoes going off right now. That's what's happening with all the volcanoes. They're rebirthing through the liquid magma to create a new expanded energy on Mother Earth. And then that energy, those codes, moves through the soles of our feet, through our bodies. And then we activate those codes. So something that I always found is that your unapologetic self is what remains when you stop abandoning yourself. When you start honoring your boundaries, you start speaking your truth, you start showing up exactly as who you want to be rather than who you should be. That's your unapologetic self. And a powerful line that I have here is truth is faster than fear. And this is a really powerful line that we all need to remember right now with everything that's happening around the world. Truth is faster than fear. So let's stay in truth. Let's not go into fear. And what is your truth? Speak your truth. Show up as your truth. Okay? So things that you may want to think about are, where am I ready to stop negotiating my truth? In what areas of my life have I been abandoning myself? Have I been shape-shifting in a certain room that I walk into to be accepted, to keep the peace? What am I no longer available for? This is something I've been personally doing over the last few months. What no longer fits? So for me, it is, I want clients that are ready to do the work. I want clients that are going to show up. And I want people in my life who are authentic and truthful and are continuing to move forward. Okay, so really ask yourself, what are you no longer available for? And just let that sink in. And the last one is, what would change if I trusted my inner knowing fully? So that gut feeling, those visions in your third eye, the clairvoyance, the clairaudience. If you fully trusted all of that, what would change in your life? Because this is what the fire horse is bringing in, is burning away those fears, those veils, and allowing you to fully be. So living unapologetically creates ripple effects across families and communities. So one by one, as we are doing this work, it spreads through your family, through the community, around the world. Energy is in constant motion. The fire horse represents collective liberation through individual truth. Your truth matters. Your voice is just as important as somebody who is known by many, many people. Remembering that your voice matters. So when you live from your unapologetic self, you don't just change your life, you change your entire field. It has such a widespread healing effect for everybody around you. So some things that you want to think about are no more over processing. Just move. If your body is guiding you before your mind, just let yourself move forward. Liberation begins when you stop negotiating your knowing. Trust those gut feelings. Trust your power. The more you trust your power, the more it's going to build. You are not here to be palatable. You are here to be real. The fire horse runs on clarity. This is why this is so important, because clarity is key. And all of us doing this together is going to help Mother Earth and the world. And there's no more important time to be doing that as there is right now. Okay. So I just have a few minutes left, and I'm going to be connecting to Pele. She's from my Awakening of the Divine Oracle cards. Here she is in Hawaii with the smoke around her, the fire. She's got the ocean and the red fire around her neck. So I'm going to be bringing her energy in for all of you. So just get yourself comfortable, and we're going to begin doing this Pele fire of liberation activation. So let's just take a deep breath. I want you to close your eyes and take a deep inhalation, breathing the energy into your lungs, allowing your lungs to expand. And then as you exhale, just relax. Allow your body to fully expand. And take another deep inhalation with me, breathing that cosmic light and the divine codes in through your crown, into your lungs, all the way down to the tips of your toes. And as you exhale, just allow your field to expand even more. And take one more inhalation with me, breathing in the energy of Pele, bringing in the Hawaiian feminine energy of the Kilauea volcano. And as you exhale, just allow your body to sink into this moment, receiving exactly what each of you are needing at this moment in time. So begin breathing and bringing your awareness right to the tip of your tailbone at the end of your spine. And I want you to visualize on your next inhalation as you breathe in the beautiful orange and red liquid magma, the lava that's flowing under the earth, the rebirth energy of the fire horse. And bring that energy up through the soles of your feet. Feel your soles tingling and warming as we bring this energy up through your ankles, through your knees, all the way to the tip of the tailbone, visualizing this golden sphere. And just allow that liquid magma, the orange and the red, to begin building and supporting the root, allowing that energy, feeling the support of our Divine Mother Earth, supporting your rebirth, bringing the energy of the fire horse into your root. And just allow that energy as it continues to warm the tailbone, support the foundations that you are creating for 2026 and beyond. And then allow that orange and red energy to begin flowing up into your sacral. Just see it moving up to the center in the midline. And then allowing it to begin expanding in between your hips, moving back and forth, creating this cosmic dance in the sacral, bringing the fire, feeling the support of your creativity, your passion, your unapologetic self, and just allowing your divine feminine and your divine masculine coming together in divine union in the sacral chakra, creating the space of the new dawn, the new beginnings, freedom, expansion, truth, and just allowing that energy, the warmth, to continue growing. We're just going to allow the energy of the molten lava creating force, and now allowing this energy to move up into your power center. Feel it moving up, connecting with your belly button, and just allowing it to flow around your power, bathing all of the organs in the abdomen. And just allow that orange and red turning a beautiful golden color, bringing your power fully on board, feeling the essence of Pele and the fire horse. And then allowing the gentle fire to begin burning away any old identities, any parts of yourself that you're ready to lay down. Allow the fire to burn away any apologies you've carried, places where you've made yourself smaller, and releasing any agreements rooted in fear. So just allow Pele's fire, transmuting any of this dense energy into the light, not forcefully, but naturally, as fire transforms. And just begin to ask yourself, what truth is ready to live through me now? And you can place a hand on your heart or on your belly and just whisper, I trust my inner fire. I walk forward in truth. And just feel the steady ground beneath you. Feel the new land has formed underneath your feet and within your root. And now take one deep breath in, just bringing yourself back to here and now, allowing your body to begin relaxing. And then when you're ready, gently open your eyes and just know that you are carrying the fire of liberation with you, knowing that the fire horse moves through those who are willing to live honestly. As we thank Pele, we thank the energy of the volcano, Mother Earth, our divine creator, and the energy of the fire horse. Thank you, and so it is. And so just allow that fire that you can feel inside of you to continue moving through you, supporting you during this time. So that is my sharing of your unapologetic self. You can find me. They posted my website below, www.velvedon.com. I'm on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn, Substack, Velvedon Silver. I would love to connect with you, and I am holding space for everyone that this year will be one of the most truthful, expanded years that we have. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. I couldn't hear you, Zora. I'm not sure why, but
Sorry, I was
oh, there
asking
you
if
are.
you could. Thanks for sharing everything that you shared. Everything was super powerful. Really amazing connection to Pele. And just before you go, I was hoping that you could let everybody know about your bonus gift for the Fire Circle supporters.
Yes, thank you. So I have a half an hour meditation that I pre-recorded that goes deep into this connection with Pele, moving the energy completely through your body. So if you are interested, I would love for you to have that. So thank you, Zora, for everything.
Wonderful. Thanks again, Belva. All right. Next up, we have the amazing Mr. Adam Bernstein. But before we pull on Adam Bernstein, I just want to give a shout out to Jasmine. For those of you who don't know, Jasmine is my virtual assistant, and it is 1:45 p.m. here in New York. And it is 1:45 a.m. where she lives, but she's been diligently working behind the scenes to make this happen for us all. I couldn't have done it without her, at least not, and enjoying the rest of my life as well. Thank you, Velva. Thank you, Jasmine for all that you're doing behind the scenes here, and we invite in Mr. Adam Bernstein. Hi, Adam.
Hi, happy year of the horse. Thank you so much for having me and letting me share on this very powerful and auspicious time that we're in right now.
I'm so happy to have you here. Adam is an old-time friend of mine. We lived in the same town for a long time. Got to spend a lot of time in sacred circles together, um, shaman circles together, psychic gathering things at Opus 40 down there in Saugerties. Adam's got an amazing YouTube channel where he gives energy updates and psychic readings, and he's got a lot going on. So let me just introduce him to you and I'll hand it over. So Adam's a psychic medium. I have had some mediumship readings from him and they were amazing. He is a channel, a healer, and a teacher with an international following. He's been involved in energy work for over 40 years now, and he is a strong, clear channel for information as well as frequency. Adam has a strong following on social media, including his YouTube channel, The Medium Channel. He has appeared on numerous TV, radio, and podcast productions, and he is now here with us for the Fire Horse Circle. So welcome in. Welcome in.
Thank
He's
you
going to be
so
doing a talk on the Fire of Liberation, energy attunements, activations for the Fire Horse portal.
awesome. So for part of this, I know we're running about I guess 15 minutes behind, but all's good, right?
It's all
But
good.
yeah, we're on spirit time, right? So it's
Mm-hmm.
all good. And by the way, I really enjoyed like the I called the last presenter, and I loved Haley. I was on. It was a while ago that I visited the volcano, but as soon as I landed on the island years ago, I just felt her energy everywhere. And yeah, with the with Hawaii Island, it just kind of like I had this impression that I was at the center of the earth. It was like the weirdest impression that when I was there. It's like this is the center of the earth. The whole earth is coming out of this island. I mean, I know it's just a perception, but anyway. I figured I'd share that. So, what I want to do today, I want to maybe talk a little bit about some of the energetic dynamics, what's going on with the changes of frequency, the changes of energy that we're experiencing, um, and just share my perspective and my take on the year of the fire horse, the transition from the wood snake to the fire horse. But what I want to do, I want to do an energy transmission with you. Now I'll explain how that works. So I'll probably, for about 10 minutes near the end, I'll do a full transmission, including some toning, some light language. But basically, nobody has to tell anybody here that we're in very turbulent times right now. We're in very amazing times also. It's sort of like a energetic change of the guards that's happening. Now, for the last year, we've been immersed in the year of the snake. The snake is about wisdom, it's about healing, it's about the divine feminine. It sheds the old skin, and it's a very internal kind of an energy in a way. So what happens now in this transition is that basically, as we start to come into the fire horse, the horse in the Native American symbology is about power, it's about freedom, and fire is a very active, energetic. It's almost like I mean, I know it's not really akin to Western astrology, but serpent or snake energy is so Scorpio, right? It transmutes poison into medicine, right? That's part of the Scorpio energy. That's part of the snake energy. It's very internal. It tends to be secretive. It tends to be very powerful, very intuitive, very psychic, and all this kind of stuff. And we learn a lot of lessons. Now, especially with the element of fire and the horse, it's like Sagittarius is like the centaur, right? So it's like the straight shooter on the horseback. So we get to assimilate all these lessons into affirmative and positive action in our lives. And the thing, with with Chinese astrology, like Western astrology, all systems that hold on.
I got it. Oops. Sorry, Adam. I muted you. Sorry. I was trying to mute everybody else. Oh, I think can you unmute yourself?
Done.
There you go. Sorry about that, guys.
All right, all right.
Talking about the centaur, Sagittarius.
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, we were able to take all this energy into positive affirmative action, right? The horse, riding out into the sunset, da da, charge, full speed ahead. We've all come a long way, and I've known Zara a long time. I know she has such a radiant light that she attracts such positive energy and such positive people. So basically, like I can really speak to your higher self now because I know that you're all very aligned and very much into the truth. What's been going on? Closing out the year of the snake. A lot of truth is getting unveiled. A lot is coming out of the surface. That's what the horse does, especially in the element of fire. It brings all these lessons, and now we can utilize them in our own action. So we're all going to receive blessings in a different way. And if you understand what your astrology is with your Chinese astrology, you can identify what your personal benefits and challenges would be. Like I'm an I'm an Earth dog. I was born in 1958, so I'm an Earth dog, and that's a very compatible energy with the fire horse. But it's beneficial for everybody. So this is our time to uh again, we've learned our lesson. We've shed the old skin. We've done our shadow integration. Either that or spirit's done it with us. The more we've been focused on our own path, the more that's been. We've really started to identify more of our true authentic self and our authentic nature. Maybe you've developed your intuition because the serpent is very psychic. It's very, it's got a very special energy to it. It's very transformative, right? It's transmutation. Now, take this out into the world. This is not the time to be small. Like you guys that are thinking about maybe going on YouTube or maybe starting a podcast or starting a business. This is your time. This is the time to do it. The universe has your back. You get on that horse, get back on that horse and ride ahead and ride forward. So other interesting astrological things that I want to touch on. Obviously, it's the new moon, right? Because it's Lunar New Year, right? That's happening on Tuesday morning, I think 7 a.m. our time. It's a solar eclipse. It's an annular solar eclipse. If anybody wants to catch a plane to Antarctica to see it, or maybe like southern Tasmania or whatever, great. That's the Ring of Fire eclipse. So we have an eclipse. Eclipse energy basically is when the sun and the moon are conjunct, but they're also in the same declination. So that means that the sun and the moon are roughly in the north and south node of the zodiac. That's when you have eclipses, when the full moon or new moon, depending on whether it's a lunar eclipse or solar eclipse, is within about 15 or even less degrees of the lunar nodes, basically. So we have that. So that's a lot of energy being beamed. Now, Spear couldn't have scripted this any different, I'll tell you. We also have Neptune and Saturn is going to be in an exact conjunction on the 20th. So it's only going to be what, like maybe 5 to 10 arc minutes away from an exact conjunction. That's at 0 degrees of Aries. Now, 0 degrees of the cardinal sign is the world axis. So this is really affecting the world state. So that's the world axis. And Aries is the first sign. So this is an awakening. This is a new beginning. This is fire. Like get on that horse. We've gone through a lot of lessons, right? And I know this is a 12-year cycle. We go through these cycles over and over again. Everything in nature, everything in our reality happens in cycles, wide cycles, small cycles. And if you branch that out into multiple dimensions, that becomes a spiral, then it becomes a torus. So you can tap really into that sacred geometry. And really, that's what the snake has taught us. So this is the time to take it out and go do your thing, everybody. Let me grab a little tea. The spirit saying, yes, be the change that you want to be. Be whoever it is that you want to be. What do you want now in your life? It's your springboard. Do you want to be more wealthy? Do you want to have more influence? have a greater reach, this is the time to really make it happen. We're kind of in that cusp, so we have like the benefits of both. So we can go kind of deep within, go into that kind of, deeper, darker part of ourselves, which isn't negative, it's just hidden, and reprogram ourselves, clear those shadows. That's shedding the skin, go deeper within ourselves, and just be who do you want to be now? I'd like to be able to share what I do with more people. That's who I would like to be. So in my case, when I go into my space, when I get very present and very open, so when you want to go and connect more with spirit, your higher self, more with divinity, first starts with being present. I'm not a name, I'm not a body, I'm energy and frequency. This body is my vehicle. And as I forgot your name, sorry, but as the prior speaker was saying, there's a language of the body that you can understand also, and how that processes information. But we want to understand that that's really our vehicle right now. So I want to get really, really present, really in my space. And then by doing that, I connect more with spirit. Or if you're more like a Joe Dispenza fan, like I am, more into the quantum field, into that realm where all time and possibility already exists. So I'm very present, very open. Um, and then when I'm at that space and I'm vibrating in the quantum field, by the way, you don't have to go anywhere to get into the quantum field. You're already in it. It's just that your awareness is more likely hyper focused on this physical 3D energy and this body. You're already in the quantum field. So as Joe Dispenza says, you can't enter the quantum field as a somebody. You have to be a nobody. So you want to become a nobody, step in, and then what does my ideal life look like? I want to visualize that, not necessarily seeing it. Some people have aphantasia and can't hold mental images, but I want to know it's real. Taste it, feel it, touch it. That's the brain, right? That's the intention. But I want to feel it in my heart, grateful for it. That's the heart. When the heart and the brain come into coherence, magic happens, miracles happen. So I've been teaching and doing heart brain coherence for over 2 years now. It's made such a difference in my life. This to me is the breakthrough spiritual practice of the 2020s. And I think it's going to be really, really relevant. So in this cusp period, a few days before, a few days after, right around the eclipse energy, this is the time to really figure out, or I shouldn't even say figure out, know what it is that you want to be in your life. How do you serve yourself? How do you serve your community? How do you serve Great Spirit? How do you serve the world? Basically, what is your desire of the Father in Latin? What is that? What inspires you? Inspire, in spirit, inspire, and really tap into that and keep doing that mental rehearsal stuff. Now, I'm going to do a little bit of work with a group that I called the Master Teachers. I learned about this group. I think they're also the what's it called, Council of Light. I think they go by a lot of names. And I think Zara knows Susie Mazzoli, right? I'm pretty sure you know her. So I sat in her circles from 2010, 2012. She did energy channeling. You'd feel it. You'd feel it in your body. It was not subtle. And she channeled a group called the Master Teachers. And during two of her channels, they told me that I was going to channel them. And back in the day, it was what, 15 years ago, I was like, oh no, I'm a medium. I'm not a channel. That's not going to happen. Well, guess what? They were right. I was wrong. Come around 2021, they came to me. I started working with them. I did my first channeling as a lark on Facebook. I was like, oh, I'll just see if this works. Whatever. I got 3 emails that night about people saying, one of them saying, when you're channeling, my crown chakra flew open. I've seen patterns, colors, sacred geometry. I was floating. And I got 2 other emails like that. I was like, all right, Spirit's telling me, go ahead and develop this practice. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to work with this group that I call the Master Teachers. Truth be told, they're an aspect of consciousness, an aspect of being. The guru is within, not out there. You're not going to find outside of yourself until you find it within first. Then you might attract a physical teacher, but that's basically basically what I'm trying to say is that the master teachers are part of me, really. There's no separation. Part of my higher self or higher being, part of the team. Sometimes we work with the angels. Sekhmet, the lion goddess, comes through sometimes also when I do my channeling. And they work with frequency. So we'll frequently be going, we're raising the frequencies. And what they do is I'll be saying things. It's 2 o'clock. So I want to get going in a second. I'll be saying a few things. They'll be speaking through me, but we do a toning, they describe it as interdimensional patterns of sound that our higher selves or our DNA understands. And when you are able to kind of get this toning energy and you're receptive and open to it, it's almost like the analogy that I like to give. It's like doing an MRI, right? It's magnetic. Like when you do an MRI, the magnet is so powerful that your cells aligned to the magnetic field. That's how they're able to see inside. So basically, your DNA starts to tilt and align to these frequencies that they're bringing it through, and that precipitates activation and awakening within the DNA, within your higher self, awakening or reawakening your higher consciousness and expanding your field. The fire horse is all about contraction. Again, the snake was internal. We need times to be internal, right? This is much more expansive energy. It's much more Jupiterian. And we'll say we're raising the frequencies a lot as we're doing that. So let's just get nice and relaxed for a minute. I think I've talked enough. I think everybody gets it, right? So let's get nice and relaxed and open. And let's take a couple deep cleansing breaths. I mean, I know you've been doing a lot of spiritual work, so we don't have to go through the long thing. Just inhaling love and light, letting that circulate that around. Exhale, releasing any yuckies. Yeah, any stuck energy, other people's energies, the craziness of the world or whatever. And just so you allow yourself to be open and relaxed. And feel your shoulders relaxing. Here's a little trick. So just relax your shoulders, all tension weight off your shoulders. Inhaling love, exhaling anything you don't need. Feel your chin relax and your cheeks, but feel your chin. Feel your shoulders relax, feel your chin relax. And then feel your forehead relax. You do that, 85 to 99% of people, I don't know the exact numbers, your whole body's going to follow suit. Your whole body's going to relax. These are your principal points of tension for most people. And the way I teach, I don't teach people to go, relax your pinky toe, then your second toe. I train people to go into the receptive meditative state in 10 seconds, and you can do that. And this is how you do it. So relax your shoulders, relax your chin and cheeks, relax your forehead, and just feel a wave of relaxation just washing over you. Inhaling love and light, exhaling, releasing. Now, as you inhale, gently feel your heart and your body and your aura expanding, just like your lungs expand. Nothing spirituality is complicated. It's super simple. Humans are complicated. Spirit is simple. When you exhale, gently contract your heart, gently contract your aura. Inhale, gently expand. Exhale, gently contract. And by doing this, you're creating subtle energy waves that clears any stuck and clogged energies. Yeah, the last speaker was talking about things about the body. This is a way that you can work with what she was saying to enhance her teachings or to add to it, as the case may be. So inhaling, expand, exhaling, contract. And then just let your breath get nice and natural. They're here. They're feeling like I get a buzzing in my left ear when they're here. Greetings, dear ones, and what a beautiful group of soul searchers. Yes, dear channel Adam, you forgot to mention that you are conscious. We are blending with your energies, so we are working in unison. not as you being the vehicle and just we are using you. No, we all work together. And guess what, dear ones? You are the master teachers also. As we are working with you, you are channeling our energies as well. So if you are able to stay present, it's the sound of our voice, stay present with your breath, and just be open and allow that we are able to work with your higher self to access your energetic fields to assist you in raising the frequencies. Higher frequencies, it's just a shorter wavelength of energy. It's not more energy. It's just a fine-tuned or focused energy that's allowing you to awaken or to open up your energetic fields, open up your chakras and connect more with the higher frequencies of the higher dimensional realities that coexist in your physical 3D, but your attention is focused on the 3D. As we explained through the channel earlier, we are raising the frequencies. Relax. Just feel and be the horse, the fire horse. We're not saying to get on the horse and ride the horse. We're saying to be the horse now and be the rider and to be the journey and the destination all at once. Feel your powerful legs beneath you, your strong back, which offers support. For you are healers, light workers, and teachers. You have the support of Great Spirit of Divine Source in your work at this time. This is the time to expand, to be large. Feel your energetic fields expanding and growing. And as we work with your energies and frequencies through our toning work with you, this will assist you in aligning your vibrations with these new energies, we don't want to say new frequencies, we'll say upgraded frequencies and energies of this time to step into the empowerment and the freedom. You are powerful beings. You are growing every day. We love you. We are the master teachers. Just relax, open, and receive now. We feel need to remind you to get your roots very deep into Mother Earth now. Feel very grounded. Lower triangle, very firm. Root, sacral, solar plexus, very firm. Heart open and expanded, blending with the throat, third eye, brain. Soul, spirit, star chakras, universal chakras, gateway chakras. You are the channel that brings divine energy into the physical to help heal the planet, heal the earth, heal yourselves. Or we should say, allow the healing frequencies to work through you for that purpose. Hold your space. You will begin the activation now, raising the frequencies. Hey, ay, 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 Oshiaria Meosea, Nodoya da Somo, Nioda, Hisa, Hyo, Hamahada, Wahiano. yodo tia ben yoda sia yo yo ya raising the frequencies, relax, breathe, assimilate, blend with all there is. Like you have no skin, your body is all of reality, all of truth, all of being. Going to seal these energies, assist you in sealing these energies that will continue to vibrate for growth, expansion, and improvements, self-improvements over the next 40 days or so. Feel the energies grounding, or slowing down the flows. Feel very rooted, grounded, and visualize your auric field, your auric egg. At the very base of your auric egg, just imagine a little tailpipe opens, and that allows any excess static energy. This was it was brief transmission, but it was very powerful energetic exchange. So there's byproducts that can get formed. So you open the little tailpipe, let the energy out, then you leave this feeling relaxed and empowered rather than jittery or anxious or any of that stuff. Ground, deepen your breathing. You're the master teachers. We are complete, and open your eyes when you're ready. These are amazing times, everybody. You're here for a reason. You are the forerunners. You're getting on your horse before the masses. So, thank you for being here, and thank you, Zara, for having me. And Zara needs to unmute.
Thank you, Adam, for showing up and delivering such powerful, potent energies and message. That's the first time I've heard light language from you. It was
I've been doing
exciting.
that a little while, yeah.
Yeah, that's
It's a little
exciting.
different the way that Susie did it, which is good. It's good to be a little bit progressive and the way I mean, all paths lead to home, right? So I credit the master teachers for teaching me how to sing. Like
Yeah,
I can always
amazing.
carry a tune, but there's something about like using the throat chakra as sort of a vehicle. It's like now I know how to sing.
Awesome. So cool. I was thinking when you were doing language, I was like, oh, this is so cool. I've never heard him do light language before. And then I was like thinking we should have like a one of these summits with like a light language dance off kind of thing. You know how like they dance and then they shoot it to somebody else? It'd be
Oh,
really
that
fun to do
would be
like light
fun.
language and then shoot it to the next person.
That sounds like an idea.
A
Yeah.
fun, a fun time, right?
Uh,
Yeah. Okay, awesome. Well, thank you again so much, you guys.
yeah.
So Adam is offering a fire horse channeling. as part of the Fire Circle bonus gifts, supporter bonus gifts.
Yep.
So thank you so much for that. Thank you for sharing your wisdom, your energy, your presence with us. So much appreciate you. Miss you. Miss seeing you around.
Yeah, I know. And if anybody wants to catch up with me, you may have mentioned my website earlier, but it's atombetweentheworlds.com, and the YouTube channel is called the Medium Channel. Or
The
do a lot of
Medium channel.
yeah.
Yeah, you guys check out the Medium channel for sure. All right. Well, thanks so much
All
again.
righty. Thank you so much. Namaste. And
Namaste.
enjoy the rest of these amazing presenters, everybody.
Thank you. All right. And we do have a number of amazing presenters to come. The next one is our beautiful Kalyana Raphael Rose. And if you were on earlier, you would have met her beautiful soulmate, twin flame, sacred union husband, Rama. He was on earlier, bringing through a ancient fathers circle activation. And Kalyana is bringing in the choice to embrace a new beginning. But before I hand it over, let me just tell you a little bit about this amazing woman. She is an international facilitator, author, singer, songwriter, and teacher of vibrational healing. Since 1985, she's traveled the world teaching and singing as a divine mother, angelic, and Christ plane emissary. She facilitates workshops, programs, and private sessions to bring through blessings from the angelic and Christ planes of love and light. In co-creation with the Family of Light, she has co-created a comprehensive body of work on vibrational healing codes and books, flower and crystal essences, DNA repatterning the chakras and the endocrine system, the Magdalene and Yeshua codes of light, and the sacred songs to activate the chakras for personal and planetary healing. I don't see your essences in there. Did I? Oh, yes, there it was, essences. Kalyana has an incredible library of flower and crystal essences that you can purchase as little medicinal support. She is a divine mother emissary. She brings forth the blessings of the divine mothers, the Christ heart of loving compassion, and the Magdalene flame to support those to remember and embrace their own divinity, experience how loved they are, and the precious gifts that they bring to beloved Earth. So thank you, Kalyana, for bringing your mastery online for us to experience. You look beautiful, by the way. I love that. Love the hair.
Thanks, Zara. So it's an interesting one to be here because I tend to, working with spirit, I was born in the year of the Golden Tiger, so 1950. So I've been doing this work. I was activated in my 30s. I'm now 75. And it's a whole different phase of life to be in. I was more active very strongly, being through bodies of work in my 30s, 40s, 50s. And being the 70s is a really different thing. And the year of the snake, for me, has been a year of much change. And I would agree, or I would think you would all agree with me, some of it's been very intense. And what I wanted to bring in, working with spirit, I learned a long time ago, like I can plan for my personality, all the things I think I'm going to do in this session. And often spirit says to me, now you've got that out of the way, this is what we want you to do. And this happened while I was listening to Adam, that what I wanted to offer has changed, as it does. So what I want to talk about is an amazing astrologer, Pamela Gregory, talked about that it's not only that we're moving into the year of the horse with this eclipse, this beginning of the new lunar year, we're moving into a whole new galactic civilization. And so for me, in my life, last year I was writing stories for the Gratitude Diary about Maldek, a planet that exploded in the Pleiades, and all the galactic energies, doing the Magdalene codes and the Yeshua codes. I had to journey through all the portals to bring it down from the ninth dimension. And so in my essences, it also, one of the essences talks about that we need to remember who we are, because we came to support the earth in her ascension, her christening, her becoming a star. So we have to remember those parts of ourselves. So what I wanted to offer you today is a process I was given years ago, but I've been offering it recently, a few days, to a friend who is in transition, who's ready to pass. And I found myself offering it to her, and with another friend, releasing a huge galactic wound around Lyra. And so I went, why is this happening? And then I realized that if we're moving into a whole new galactic civilization, we can't carry anything forward. So you may have been shedding things in your life that were to do with your own personal life. Like we had to move house suddenly after 11 years. We shed heaps of possessions, but also we're healing, we're handing over wounds that we may be carrying in our lives that have galactic origins, if that makes sense. So that's the process I want to support you to do. And I want to talk to you a little bit about it. So what happened is that all of you here are light workers. That is, you work with the light and the love of your own presence, your own teams in spirit. You're the one in the physical, but you're a representative of many, many teams, like Adam brought through his beautiful team. And thank you, Adam, that was beautiful. And so what I want to talk about is that a process I was shown a long time ago, and it's to do with Amaya, the galactic mother. So if you think of Amaya, she was the divine feminine that always faced source energies. Part of her being turned into as Maya, the illusion. Years ago, a friend Kuala and I were asked to anchor her energies because she turned the whole face into the illusion. And what she told me at that time is that as light workers, workers of the light, we couldn't just come to the earth with our little psychic broom and say, there's a big wound over there. I'm just going to get out my psychic broom and I'm just going to clean it all up. Well, excuse me, that was against universal law. There's one little loophole, which if you're on this call, I would say you took. And the loophole was, I can come here. I can forget who I am. And as a human citizen, I can take on a specific wound that has been acting out on the earth. And I can embody it. And at the time, which was years ago now, when Amaya turned her full face into the illusion, she was there for us to hand it back. And when we handed back to her as a human citizen who has embodied that wound in our lives, maybe over this or other many incarnations, sometimes even future ones may still be doing it, that we, as we give it back to her, and we call on all the aspects of ourselves, past, present, and future, who've been drawing that wound to us, because that was our mission. So when we hand it back to her and ask that it heals through our being, we have a perfect right as a human citizen to ask that this healing flows through all the song lines, all the ley lines, and to every single being who has been holding that wound. And we're then also releasing that from Mother Earth. Because Mother Earth is shedding years and millions of years of abuse. That's what she's been shedding in the year of the snake, so that she can ascend freely and in liberation as we are. So that's the process I wanted to offer you. So if you would like to just close your eyes. And as you close your eyes, I want you to feel a circle of light all around you. This circle of light is pulsing with your soul colors. So when you met with the radiant ones before this incarnation, the radiant ones supported you to incarnate in a country with parents into a family group because it would serve best your mission, the sharing of your gifts and your own evolution. And so you were gifted soul colors, cosmic rays to support you. And this is your support team. So I want you to feel flowing into that sphere of light around you, a color or colors. And as you either feel them or see them or hear them, I want you to welcome them in to swirl through that sphere all around you, because this is your support team. And I want you to give thanks to the cosmic beings overlighting those amazing ray or rays of support. And I want you to breathe it in so your whole physical body is pulsing with those rays. And as they're pulsing with those rays, I want you to welcome it to swell through the feminine pillar to the left of your body and your emotional body, supporting your feminine and your emotional body. Take a breath, breathe it into the masculine pillar to the right, your mental body, to be supported by those rays. then into your central pillar, your chakra column, so that every chakra and your spirit, calling it into your etheric, spiritual, physical bodies, so that your whole being is radiating and pulsing with those beautiful rays of support. And I want you to breathe them into your heart chakra, the base of it. So it becomes a liquid pool, pulsing with that color or colors, and this is the waters of your soul. I want you to rest there for a moment, because you are in transition. And in that place of transition, I'm calling in an amazing flower essence called Hymenacalis. I'm holding that card up. You can open your eyes briefly and breathe it in. This is the energy pattern. And a beautiful being is helping through this essence of Hymenacalis to support you in times of transition, where the old is going and the new is coming in. So in moments of transition, we need to create space in the stillness. As the old completes, we're still completing. We haven't quite moved into the year of the horse yet. So we're still completing that shedding, the last of it, and creating a space for the new to come in. We need to be still in that place, allowing the last of the old to go and the new to come in. So we thank and honor the amazing year of the snake, which has gifted us that chance to let go of what no longer serves. And waiting in the wings is the year of the horse, ready to support us to fill that space with something new, a new beginning. So give permission for the diva of this essence to shower that waters of your soul with that essence, so you can breathe it in and be supported by transition. Just affirming, I'm at ease in times of transition. I live in the now. Taking 3 deep breaths, letting that essence shower your whole being. And then you dive into those waters to the base of your heart chakra, until you find yourself in a beautiful grotto. The walls are crystalline, pulsing with your soul colors. You breathe in the support from the crystal kingdoms. And you leave those waters and stand on a step in front of a beautiful archway of light. And as you stand underneath that archway, you'll notice that there's codes on that archway and a disc beneath your feet. And I want you to say with me, with the full power of my divine presence, I now activate my eternal crystalline tree of life. And as you do that, feel the trunk of the tree of life activating from the top of your head to the base of your body, filled with your soul colors. And you send the branches and leaves of that crystalline tree of life out through the top of your head and out through the archway. And there you are, connecting to the Christ emissaries of Shambhala, for they are here to usher in the Christening of the whole earth and all beings, if they so choose this, golden energy. And feel that golden energy and your starry self pouring down into all your chakras, into your heart, into the trunk of your tree of life, into a golden disc beneath your feet. And there I want you to ask permission of the inner earth people, Mother Earth, as those codes of wholeness come onto a cloak you've been given of 13 rainbow rays joining with your soul colors. These are the rays of heaven on earth. So feel this beautiful 13 rainbow ray cloak, receiving your codes of wholeness, because as that energy flows down, they come alive. These begin to vibrate. These are your codes of truth. And they appear on your cloak. They are offered into your feminine, masculine soul pillars, activating them into the disc beneath your feet, and with Mother Earth's permission, as you honor the spiritual guardians of where you sit, that disc descends through the root of your tree of life, deep into the heart of Mother Earth, her violet sun. And she receives them. And as she receives them, we call on the 7 archangels to open up the 7 sacred directions. Archangels Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, Raphael, Camuel, Shophael and Zadkiel, to hold the 7 sacred directions and open up a beautiful spiritual portal as a Mother Earth, working with the highest good of your being, breathes energy up into your physical body to support you to also release into her violet heart and transmute what you have been shedding and are shedding. Draw that violet sun energy up into your heart, meeting with the golden sun energy coming down through your crown. Activating the holy breath, grounded, connected, therefore protected, sending out many figure 8 flows, flowing from the soul star, through your heart to the earth star, and out to fill that sphere of light, activating your own inner flow of life. Breathing the holy breath, grounded, connected, protected, I walk in my light. Taking a deep breath. Feel yourself underneath that archway and walk into a beautiful temple where you're surrounded by your teams in spirit, your master guides. They send their heart flames to your heart flame. As you walk into the center, into a beautiful inner sanctum, pink, gold, and blue flame. As you sit on the golden chair waiting for you, ask that your divine presence and higher selves emerge with you to support you in this process. And as you take a deep breath, just honor what it is you've been shedding, what you're making space for the new to come in. And as you do this, I'm going to sing in the energies of Amaya, the Galactic Mother. Amaya, radiant ones, divine mothers, Mother Gaia, Tara, Mother Earth, Amaya, radiant ones, divine mothers, Mother Gaia, Tara, Mother Earth, Amaya, radiant ones, divine mothers, Mother Gaia, Tara, Mother Earth. And just feel this beautiful portal with all these beautiful beings around you. The path of ascension is for Mother Earth to ascend through the spheres and halls of Amente to Tara, and then ascend to become Gaia. And what has been acting out and is still acting out on Earth is remnants of the galactic wars that created patriarchy, matriarchy ages. So I want you to ask as you sit, receiving all the beautiful power of the pink, gold, and blue flame of your presence, representing the love, light, power, wisdom of your own divine nature. I want you to ask your Holy Spirit, not bound by time, what is the wound that I took on from the galactic wars that has been acting out on Earth? And just take a moment, Holy Spirit, not bound by time. Show me what I contracted as a light worker, a bearer of the light, to take on behalf of humanity and Mother Earth. And just keep breathing. See what that is. for you. Your divine presence, your sacred masculine and feminine, they know. So receive that guidance from your own Holy Spirit in this place of truth. And just verbalize it. The wound I took on was the wound of. Really own it and feel how in this lifetime and probably many others, you've been drawing that wound to you, believing that this was all your mission was to take on that wound, embody it. And as you own that, feel where it's been held in your body. Feel the people in your lives you've taken that on from the earth herself, that lack of respect. Has that acted out in your lives? Really just take a moment in the stillness to have more revealed to you around how embodying that wound has affected you. Because until you hand it back, you keep drawing it to you like a magnet. Now I want you to feel the presence of Amaya in that portal, this amazing divine mother, emissary Amaya, the galactic mother, who's here to lift from the earth the galactic wounds so that we can usher in a whole new galactic civilization on earth. And I want you to call in with me for your highest good, the universal law of liberation, compassion, karma, love and divinity and truth, innocence. Feel the gifts of those universal laws here to support you in all of your teams, your presence and higher selves. And I want you to call from your masculine and feminine pillar a representative in your masculine and feminine that have been holding and embodying that wound. Call them up to stand in front of you in your heart temple as you sit on your golden chair. Feel the 13 rainbow rays supporting you. And then I want you to visualize or imagine that you're walking into the arms of Amaya, the Galactic Mother, the Divine Mothers, Tara, the Radiant Ones who helped you incarnate to fulfill this first part of the mission. And I want you to say, and ask these representatives to say it with you, Amaya, into your arms, into this portal, I hand back the wound of, and name it. I hand back the wound of that I have been embodying as part of the first part of my mission here to prepare the way for new galactic civilization. And I want you to hand it back with all of your heart, and let's ask for full chakra release of it now. This is a mantra that releases through all the 12 chakras. So if you give it permission, give the violet sun of Mother Earth to lift it from your physical body, the golden light, the Christ planes to lift it from your chakras, your energy bodies. Inra mea se ama ose ama ose inra mea se. And welcome in the last of that blessing of the year of the snake, this golden snake moving through your chakras, releasing and shedding that old story. I give it up. I give it up. And then we ask you now to receive from Amaya, the Galactic Mother and the Divine Mothers in this portal, healing. So feel this amazing healing light and frequency coming from the Divine Mothers, Amaya, the Galactic Mother, to heal this within you. And as you're saying yes to this healing, You have a perfect right now as a human citizen to ask that this flow as a gift through all the song lines, the ley lines, the dragon lines, however you name them, of Mother Earth, the grids. But from your own being, as you receive this healing, I let it go. I accept the healing. And as I accept that healing, I radiate it as a blessing to all beings who've held this wound. I ask that it lifts from the song lines, the grid lines of Mother Earth, for anywhere where Mother Earth has been affected by this. I give it up and just feel this release happening through your being. You can ask if you're corded to any beings that you've been taking this on from, that this healing flows to them, that they may be set free and liberated as you are. Always through their own divine presences for their highest good. You can call on your teams to seal this in your auric field, repairing any holes, because you're sending love down. You're not cutting any cords, there's no need. As a sovereign being, you called this in. It was your mission. Just send love and healing through any cording of anyone who's been acting this out for you, or you've been taking the wound from them, or countries from the earth. And just allow the healing as you receive it to flow like you've become this amazing conduit for healing, release of whatever wound you took on. We can ask that it flows through the group heart of humanity. And just ask that this continues until it is done. Because we ask you now that what Amaya offers you as a thank you for doing this is a gift of who you truly are, that you weren't able to fully hear because of this contract. You can ask that the celestial angels open a rainbow bridge in your heart. Say, from your masculine and feminine soul pillars, any part that has been acting this out, any aspect, is free to go now. Their mission is complete. And the celestial angels will keep that rainbow bridge open, courts of forgiveness offered on the inner planes if needed. And many will pass over. Ask that your future self be set free and liberated. And now's your time to receive the gift back, the new commission, which is to be who you truly are here. 2026 offers this. It comes to 10, 1, new beginnings, new cycles. So having handed that over and completing that mission, we ask you now to say to Amaya, Amaya, give me back the truth of my essence, so that I may live and walk this truth on earth in this new galactic cycle. As the old goes, feel that shedding, completing, letting go of that old contract, releasing the belief that that was your only mission, which is to take on the wounding. Your mission now is to be who you truly are here, to welcome in your starry self, to ground it, supporting the earth in her ascension. I am that I am a being of love and light. And receive that truth. It'll come as an affirmation. The truth is I am. Receive it. You may also want to, as a sovereign being, claim the wisdom of what you learned from acting out and taking on this wound. What did you learn? Breathe that in from your Holy Spirit. There's no victims here if we own our sovereign nature. And standing as you receive the learning, as you receive the truth of who you truly are, like a beautiful affirmation, you may receive a code that goes with it. Here's a blessing from the Christ planes. Ishkaha Anahata, Ishtaha, Anahata. I'm activating the Christ Heart of Compassion code now. Ishtaha, Anahata. Ishtaha, Anahata, Ishtaha, Anahata, as the Christ families of light, the emissaries of Shambhala. Receive as you're breathing out that old energy. They receive it, transmute it, and give you back peace, love, and light to live the truth that you're receiving from Amaya. And we ask you, do you choose that? Do you choose to go forward to the best of your ability, living that truth? The truth is that I am. Speak your truth from Amaya. And know that you will always be supported to live this truth. And the Celestials will keep that rainbow bridge open for you as long as is needed, so that all aspects can be set free. And offer this back in your timelines as a gift to your ancestors, yourself in past lives, to your future self, so that you can affirm the affirmation of the Hymen Michaelis essence. I am at ease in transition. I live in the now, in the present breath, as the old completes its leaving, creating a space for the new to come in. As we usher in these next days, the beautiful eclipse, the beginning of the lunar year, and the beginning of a new galactic civilization. We give thanks to Amaya. We give thanks to you for doing this service. Feel all your team celebrating the end of that mission and the beginning of the new, to be who you truly are here. We thank all the emissaries of Shambhala, and we ask that this be sealed in your field now, so you can continue to be supported in this time of transition. And we give thanks. We give thanks. We ask that you take 3 deep breaths and come back into your body. You may like to take the time to write down what your truth is, so you may live it. And we give thanks. Blessed be. May this flow as a blessing to all life, all beings. Blessed be, blessed be, blessed be. And if you've only just opened your eyes, I can't hear you, Zara.
Thank you, beloved Kalyana.
This is the Hymen Michaelis code, and this is the Christ Heart of Compassion.
Beautiful.
So just breathe those in. And so thank you, Zara. And I want to give so much thanks to how amazingly you presented this, all the support you gave us as facilitators, even down to emails we could send and images. So I want to thank you and your team for an amazing
Thank
body
you.
of work
Yeah,
you've brought
Jasmine did a great job with everything. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jasmine.
And I wanted to show you guys, these are some of Kalyana's special elixirs. Are they beautiful? Her signature here, celebration of life and transformational release. So I'm going to just put these on myself and energetically, you guys, transmit them to you. Transformational release in the crown chakra for you, and celebration of life, new beginnings, fire horse year. Here we come. So she's got a whole library of these amazing elixirs you can check out.
And at the moment on my website, right across, I've got 25% off everything. And if you're in America, you have to email me personally, carliana@rosaraphael.com.au, and I can then tell you an accurate postage for you.
Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, well, thank you very much, Kalyana. Thanks for everything. We're going to roll into the next of our beautiful speakers here. We are running a little bit late, but I should be able to kind of catch us up after this one. Where are you, Sharon, my dear? Uh-oh, I don't see you. Sharon, are you on? Oh, there she is. I found you. Continue. Whoops. Hey, Sharon, are you there, love? Sorry, guys, I am crazy spaced out after all of this energy upgrades. I feel like I'm just sitting here with my mouth open. Um, remove permission to multi-pin. Allow multi-pin. Pin. Hey, Sharon, are you there? Did you not get your audio sorted yet? Is it still unsorted? Kaliana put something in the chat, everybody. We invite you to our online event, The Beginning, on February 18th at 6 p.m. Sydney time. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. She wrote a beautiful link there so you guys can check that out. And Sharon, I'm not sure what's going on. If you want to drop me a text or a chat. Oh, there you are. Hi. No audio still? Hmm. Did you try logging out and logging back in? You did. Maybe take off your headphones. I mean, like unplug them from the computer. That might help. I can't hear you though. Darcy says we're all spaced out, my dear. It's the shadow of Mercury retrograde. Yep. Yep. Do you want to let me see, what do I have? Sharon, I've got Rachel and Maria Jose. Sharon, do you want to come back? I lost you again. Oh, do you want me to roll into the next person and see if you can fix it? Yeah? Okay. Let's see. We got Sharon, then we have Rachel, then we have Maria. Is Maria on? She might not be on yet because she is in Australia time. I don't see her on yet. Maria, if you're on, jump in and say hello. Otherwise, we will offer you guys. Oh, there you are. Maria, hi. Good morning. Are you ready to go?
There we go. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I just joined.
Okay.
So if you want to do someone else before me, just for me to kind of like dive in and get into the vibe. Otherwise, I can just go. It's up to you.
Uh, well, so Sharon was going to go. She's got some audio issues. And then I have you and I have a recording from Rachel. So if you want some time, I can throw the recording from Rachel in right now and we can give you some extra time.
Yeah,
Okay,
that
sounds
will give
good.
me like a minute to dive in. Thank you.
Sure, sure. Okay, so we're gonna roll into thanks for bearing with us, guys. Rolling into um Rachel's presentation here. Here we go. Let's see, I'm gonna share with the sound and play, please do let me know if you can't hear this. All right, everyone. I'm so excited to introduce you to a personal friend of mine, Rachel Garrett. Rachel Garrett is a registered nurse. She's an intuitive teacher and Akashic record practitioner who helps people cultivate discernment, inner clarity, and self-trust during times of transition. With over 20 years of clinical experience alongside her spiritual work, Rachel bridges grounded nervous system awareness with intuitive wisdom, supporting clarity that's embodied, steady, and sustainable. Rachel's work centers on helping people quiet external noise, release urgency, and reconnect with activation or emotional excavation. And she emphasizes regulation, discernment, and the capacity to stay present with uncertainty until clarity arises naturally. I love that. She is the host of the Spiritual Spotlight Series podcast, where she explores spiritual maturity, intuitive leadership, and soul-led giving through thoughtful conversations and lived experience. Rachel also offers Akashic Record readings, group sessions, and one-on-one work to help clients move forward with confidence without force, pressure, or overwhelm. Rachel has a presentation for us today specifically designed for our Firehorse Summit Circle here, Liberation. But I actually want to dive into some questions I have for her regarding some of this stuff. It's very interesting. But I'm gonna give you over to Rachel. It's her time to share with you guys what she wants to share from her heart. And so I'm gonna give it to you. Rachel, thank you so much for joining us today and bringing your gifts into this circle.
Thank you so much for having me. I do want to say that Zara, I know her as a different name, has been a mentor of mine for a long time, and I'm grateful to be a part of this. And I am grateful for everything that you do in the world, because you're an amazing mentor, an amazing
Thank
spiritual
you.
healer. So we are going to jump in. Give me 1 second. I'm nervous because it's like, have you done like a call with your mentor? Ooh, a little nervous, right, guys? All right, here we go. I am going to switch to sharing.
I'm gonna turn off my video just so Rachel has some more bandwidth on her internet, guys. So
Too
gonna
much
log off
energy,
for the moment.
guys, is going on. It's kind of wonky. All right, all right, just let me know if you can see that, okay? Got it. All right,
Yes,
I
we can
think
see
we're
it.
good. All right, awesome. I'm super excited to be here. So today we're going to be talking about inner wisdom you can actually trust. And I just want everybody just to take a moment before we begin to just arrive. Let your shoulders soften, let your breath slow down a little bit. There's nothing you need to do to figure out in this next half an hour. This masterclass is about something simple and deeply important. Inner wisdom, not the kind that feels dramatic or mystical, and not the kind that arrives with fireworks or urgency. But with the fire horse, it might arrive with a little bit of fireworks. But it's the kind you can actually trust in your real life, the kind that helps you make decisions about work, relationships, timing, boundaries, next steps, the kind that feels steady instead of chaotic. If you've ever felt like you're used to just trust yourself more than you do now, if you've consumed so much information that your voice feels buried, I will say that I'm definitely a victim of that. External noises, external voices. So again, if intuition just feels buried in your own like external voices, I want you to know that you're not alone and you're not broken. And today is going to be about activating something new. It's going to be about clearing what's been in the way, and it's going to be about remembering what your own single feels like. So one of the most harmful ideas in the spiritual spaces right now is if you're confused, you must be disconnected. If you're unsure, you must be blocked. If clarity isn't loud, you must not be listening correctly. But in my experience, both clinically and spiritually, that's rarely true. Most intuitive people are not disconnected. They're overloaded. They're overwhelmed. They're overloaded with teachings. They're overloaded with advice. They're overloaded with frameworks, and they're overloaded with urgency. We live in a time where you can consume someone else's certainty all day long. And every time you do, even if it's a subtle thing, your system begins to look outward instead of inward. You begin scanning for answers instead of sensing for steadiness. And when that happens, your nervous system will shift. It will tighten, it speeds up, it wants resolution. But clarity doesn't live in speed. Clarity lives in steadiness. And steadiness requires less input, not more. So what intuition is not? So we're going to begin by untangling intuition from what it's not. Intuition is not urgency. And I'm going to be repeating some of the things that I'm saying a little bit just to really make sure that it sticks and you can use your discernment and you can see what resonates with you. So if something feels like you must act immediately or you will lose everything, that is almost always fear. And if you go to learning IET, you will know that fear is false expectations appearing real. I listened. So intuition's not panic. Panic is protective. It is your body trying to prevent harm. Intuition is not dramatic. It rarely arrives with the spotlight and is not constant. There are seasons where intuition might become quiet. We're going to go into that a little bit more. That doesn't mean that it's abandoned you. True intuition is steady. It doesn't demand, it doesn't argue, it doesn't shame, it simply remains. Noise feels charged. It feels like you're buzzing inside of you, like this, you've got this itchiness inside of you. Intuition can feel neutral. Noise wants immediate action. Intuition will allow space. Learning this difference is going to be the beginning of discernment. So what does true intuition actually feel like? Real intuition often feels surprisingly simple. It may sound like, this isn't for me, not yet, wait, go. Short, clear, calm. It doesn't come with a long explanation. It doesn't need justification. It doesn't require you to convince yourself. And most importantly, it remains steady when you pause. If something feels urgent and then disappears when you take a breath, that was pressure. If something feels calm and there is tomorrow, that is likely your single inside. Again, intuition's not loud, it's reliable, and reliability will build trust. So what will drown out your inner wisdom? And this might also be drowning out your connection to divine, connection with your higher self, connection with your soul. So what is drowning out that inner wisdom? There are three primary things that interfere with inner clarity. The first is external voices. We live in an era of constant teaching. So think about it. You might go onto TikTok right now, and there's going to be 57 reels about astrology or about God or about intuition. And it's just all of this external voices and external noise, or there's fear mongering, or, there's just so much always in your face. And while sometimes learning might be valuable, overconsumption fragments internal authority. Another thing I want to talk about external voices is also think about, as we're spiritual beings, and maybe we've gotten training in 74 different modalities, when really maybe all we need to do is just take that one class, go within, and not just chasing that next high of our spiritual arsenal or spiritual toolbox. So what happens? You start thinking in someone else's language. You start making decisions based on someone else's framework. You start asking what the aligned move would be, which is a good question to ask, but not when you're asking somebody else for that answer. That needs to come from within. Instead of asking what feels steady in your own body. The second interference is urgency, the pressure to know now, the pressure to decide now, the pressure to not dismiss your timing. So what happens when an urgency will activate your nervous system? And I think anyone on this call and anyone, how many times have we been fear mongered or pressured into buying something. Like, you want to get this car, you want to get this deal, and you know it's not a good fit, but something inside of you, that pressure's on, and you might decide yes. And and actually, I can talk about a personal experience. I have a car now that I felt pressured into buying, and guess what, guys? I've had a lot of issues with it. So if I would have paused, taken a beat, I probably wouldn't have bought it. So urgency, again, will activate your nervous system, and a dysregulated nervous system cannot accurately discern. And the third interference is being wrong. When stakes feel high, fear gets louder. And when fear gets louder, intuition feels quieter, not because it's gone, but because fear is occupying the space. So what happens when intuition goes quiet? There's seasons when intuition will feel quiet, and this is why many people will start to spiral. They assume that something's broken. They assume they've lost connection to divine. They assume they've lost their connection to their guides. They've assumed they just feel alone. And there have been times, I'm sure, in everyone's life where you felt alone and you didn't feel, that sense of connection to your intuition, which I do liken intuition as being like connected to my higher self, to my soul, to my, my divine being. Like the most aligned version of Rachel is kind of what I liken my intuition to. But I do want to say that silence often will mean integration. Sometimes your system is recalibrating. Sometimes you might be between identities. Sometimes the old chapter has ended and the next one hasn't fully formed yet. And in that space, clarity might feel suspended. That doesn't mean you're lost. It just means that you're in transition, which is okay. And transition requires steadiness, not panic. Silence is not failure. Silence is often preparation. It's the same thing as, when we do meditation and we have activations, which we're going to go through, and we have alignments. We can't just go on to the next alignment, the next activation. We have to allow that energy to go into our energetic bodies, do the upgrade, do the alignment, get embedded into your cellular tissue, remove what's no longer serving you, integrate what is coming forward for you. And that's why you need to take a break sometimes. So discernment. Discernment is a skill that allows you to distinguish between intuition, fear, conditioning, external influence. Fear will feel urgent and catastrophic. Conditioning sounds like I should. I'm going back to IED. What are one of the things? The shoulds, the shoulda, coulda, wouldas in your shoulders. External influence sounds like someone else's voice layered over yours. Intuition will sound like you. It's calm, neutral, clear. Discernment is not dramatic. It's observational. It's noticing your body's response. It's recognizing charge versus steadiness. And it improves when your nervous system feels safe. Do this anytime, any place that you're at. Just ask yourself, when you feel uncertain, and another, we're going to go into that, but when you're feeling uncertain, you want to simplify it. Keep things simple. Ask, is this calm or is it charged? Is this rooted in fear of loss? Would I still choose this if no one were watching? That's a very interesting question. Would I choose this if no one were watching? Does this remain steady over time? You don't need a complicated spiritual process. You just need accuracy, and accuracy will come from steadiness. So if you find yourself in a charged space, in a moment of you're being reactionary, take a beat, take a pause, maybe step away for a second and go within. Really try to silence, ground yourself, center yourself, go to your heart space and just ask yourself, is this calm or is this charged? Would I be doing this if no one else were watching? Is this, and I do believe in, aligned action. So is this aligned? Is this my next divine aligned action that I need to be taking? Just feel into that. How is that going for you? So we're actually going to be going into a guided activation. This is going to be a that is listening. Just take a nice slow breath in and a slower breath out. Taking a moment to drop down into your heart space, located tip of sternum, front of your chest. Just closing your eyes. Taking in another slow breath in and a slower breath out. Feel the ground beneath you. Let your spine lengthen slightly, not rigid, just steady. The year of the fire horse is often described as powerful, forward moving, expansive. But power is not the same as urgency. And fire is not the same as chaos. True fire is contained, intentional, alive. Feel, sense, or imagine yourself standing in a wide open field at dusk. The air is still. The sky glows with warmth. In the distance, you see a powerful horse, strong, grounded. Its muscles relaxed but ready. It is not racing. It is not frantic. It is present. That is power. Contained, aware, self-led. Now pull your attention back into your body. Notice where you've been running, where you've been trying to outrun uncertainty, where you've been trying to force clarity without judgment, just awareness. I'll take one of your hands, if you're able to, and place it over your heart center. And while your hand is placed there, feel your own internal fire. Not chaotic, not dramatic, steady. You do not need to chase momentum. You are momentum when it's aligned. Now gently bring a question into your awareness, something you've been wanting an answer to. Let it sit in front of you. Notice what happens when you lean towards urgency. Does your chest tighten? Does your breath shorten? Does your jaw clench? That is pressure. That is not intuition. Now step back. Imagine taking one grounded step backward. Feel your feet on solid earth. Feel your strength in your legs. Feel your spine steady. The fire horse does not run because it is afraid. It runs because it chooses to move. Ask yourself quietly, if I did not need to know right now, what would soften? If I trusted my own timing completely, what would relax? Let the answer arise from your body, not your thoughts. You might notice neutrality. You might notice calm. You might notice that the answer is not an answer at all, but a steadiness, a grounded, not yet, or a yes. Intuition does not shout, it stands firm. Like a horse that knows its own strength. Now imagine gently brushing away every external voice that has been layered over your single. Expectations, timelines, advice, comparison. Let them fall away like dust from your shoulders. Now, as you're tuning into your body, feel your field clearer. Feel your field contained, strong. The fire within you is steady. It does not flicker under pressure. It does not flare because someone else is moving faster. It burns in its own rhythm. Take a slow breath in and a long breath out. Notice you are not behind. You are not late. You are not missing your moment. Movement that is forced fractures. Movement that is ground sustained. The fire horse energy within you is not here to rush you. It is here to remind you. You move best from steadiness, from clarity, from inner alignment. And feel that alignment now. It's quiet, powerful. Your inner wisdom is still here. It never left. It was simply layered beneath urgency. Take one more breath, and when you're ready, gently open your eyes, carrying that steadiness forward. That is your single, and it is trustworthy. So as we move towards integration, I'm almost finished. I got it. Notice what shifted, what felt steady, what felt charged, what softened when pressure was removed. You might not have received an answer, and that's okay. Just like in IET, healing can be silent and the healing is still going on in the background. I love that we're bringing in all this IET training. But you likely felt a reduction in urgency, and that reduction is clarity beginning. Over the next few days, watch remain steady. Watch what dissolves when you stop chasing it. True intuition survives patience. It does not collapse under calm reflection. So again, you don't need louder guidance. You need less interference. So inner wisdom is something, it's not something you chase. It is something you protect. You can protect it by reducing noise, by allowing quiet seasons, by practicing discernment, and trust builds through steadiness. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. There we go. Awesome. Thank you, Rachel. That was amazing.
Thank you.
So good, so powerful, and so foundational to everything. It's like always the big spiritual truths are like the simplest things, but not so easy to practice all the time.
I
So
feel
thanks
like,
for bringing it in.
yes, thank you so much. I do feel like going back to basics, especially now in 2026 and going into this fire horse energy, it's going to be paramount for so many of us that are on the spiritual path, is really going back to our basics and really trusting that inner intuition and quieting the noise
that's
This is a
external.
big year, I feel. It's a really super powerful year. And it's interesting that the fire horse energy is behind it because it's really, I mean, we just got out of the year of the snake. So it's like
Yes.
we're shedding the skin of the snake, and now we're like liberation is the word for this coming year. And it's yeah, it's powerful
Did
with everything going on out there.
did
So
you
before we
find?
close
Oh,
up,
good. Good.
oh, I was gonna say before we close up with Rachel, I just want to let you guys know that Rachel's bonus in the bonus page is supercharged. It's an activation of supercharged intuition and a master class through the guided approach to intuitive clarity. So it's more of what she has done today, but more expanded.
Yeah.
So if you're really interested in and enjoy that, we invite you to participate in supporting this fire circle, getting the bonuses, receiving all the gifts from everybody, and we will be placing a link in the chat for you guys to do that right now. And thanks again, Rachel, for sharing your beautiful wisdom and your presence with us. I appreciate you so much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Okay. Bye, everybody. On to bye, Rachel.
Bye.
All right, we're back. We're back. Thank you for tolerating that little technical blooper. We will actually cut that out and put her recording back in there without all the background noise for the future if you're going to listen to that again. So we're going to try for Sharon again. Let's see. Let's see. Sharon, turn on the video of which of these you want me to press on. Sharon Steluto. Oh, now she's got 3 of them. There she is. Oh, there she's gone. She's coming, guys. She's coming, I promise.
You see me?
I can hear you, so that's a good thing. There, now I see you. Let me switch this. Okay.
Okay, we figured it out.
We figured it out,
We're
folks.
having a loophole here. Okay.
So thanks for everybody's patience, and we will oh, shush. Okay. I don't know about you guys. Sharon is next, and then we have one last beautiful speaker, Maria Jose Venezuela, who will be coming on directly after. It has been a really, really potent day. Lots of energy, lots of activation, lots of meditation, lots of healing, lots of clearing, lots of grounding. Really powerful, powerful stuff. I can definitely feel I feel full. I feel full. All right, so Sharon, let me tell you a little bit about Sharon before I hand her over the mic to Sharon. She is one of my very best friends living out in Scottsdale, Arizona. She is an intuitive energy healer, mentor, channel of light language, supporting people in releasing blocks, restoring balance, expanding their gifts and potential across all areas of life. She uses energy psychology, sound therapy, and 14 years as a professional dowser. Sharon addresses imbalances on emotional, mental, physical, genetic, and soul levels. Working nationally and remotely, she is the creator of an in-depth library of community ascension support, healing tracks, courses, and resources. Also a professional artist for over 30 years with art inspired by the healing path, she brings a creative, empathic, and compassionate approach to all that she does. And she is one of my favorite artists. I absolutely love her work. You can see some of it right behind her. But I highly encourage you to go to her website and check out her art because it's absolutely fantastic. And she's got some products on there that you can buy her art on pillowcases and I have my favorite sports bra, which is one of her paintings, and a bunch of other really fun items that are totally unique. So let me hand this over to Sharon. She is going to be talking to us about empowering our creative life force for the Fire Horse year, which is also all about, we've been talking about liberation and activation and freedom, encouragement. It's also about creativity, this fire. So let me pass it over to Sharon and welcome in.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, finally, we got audio. Thank you so much for all of your patience with the technical blips. There's definitely a lot moving, a lot of energy moving through us. So thank you, Zara, for doing this. It's such an honor to see you, even though it's been some time. So I'm sure that all of you have moved through a lot today. If you are present in this for the entire day, there's been a lot of movement and activations. So let's just pause for a second before we jump into some more information, some more activations here. And let's just regroup for a moment. So I invite you to arrive here and maybe just close your eyes briefly. I'm just going to place our hands on our heart. There's a very electrical energy moving through the collective right now. You could be feeling this in your body. There's a lot being activated in the nervous system presently. And as you close your eyes, just take a deep breath fully into your heart. And just witnessing any sensations that are moving through you. And allowing yourself to exhale any kind of frazzled energy. Any of that electric energy moving through you. And just allow yourself to become present here. Softening any tension in your body. And on your next breath, allow yourself to fully root down into the planet, grounding some of that energy in. When you're ready, you can flicker open your eyes. I just wanted to arrive here together. This is quite a time that we're moving through. This week is like no other. This is a really, really powerful ignition point. We're already feeling it. We're in the winds of the eclipse. And this is a ring of fire eclipse. One that looks like a giant ring around the sun with that black portal, that birthing portal that's going to ignite us and propel us into a new life. And that sounds really intense, but it's really exciting because we've done an immense amount of work. And if you are on this video and you're a sensitive soul, most likely you have gone on a journey these last 6 months. The entire year of the wood snake was very, very transformational, but the last 6 months were really that escalation of all of that. So these last 6 months really invited a lot of initiation into our lives. And this was bringing up immense amount of karmic limitations, ancestral patterns, beliefs, shifts in our dynamics, shifts in our ways of being, in thinking about ourselves and how we view ourselves. It was shifting everything across the board in our lives. And if you weren't moving through a really intense initiation, most likely that was happening beneath the surface. There could have been a subtle restructuring that was happening of the way that you view yourself, the way that you view your connections to your family, your loved ones, your friends, the people you work with, the way that you view your work, your gifts, and how you share your light in the world. So all of this was going through an immense restructuring. over the course of this wood snake. And now, as we've gone through the first month or so of this year, this coiling of the old energies of this shedding process started to tighten. So over the last few weeks, you could have felt as though all of that got so much louder, so much more pressurized. Maybe you felt a bit depleted by it. And really, truly, what this was doing is it was uncoiling an old self, uncoiling an old version of you that was held by these limitations, this old cycle of creating from your karmic limits, from soul woundings, from limiting beliefs, ancestral influences, and all of that coming up for review because it's not going with us into the new. It's not going with us into the new version. So that's why this has been so immensely testing on many levels, because we've been shedding an enormous cycle. So I invite you to give yourself an applause, to be proud of yourself for everything that you just moved through. The majority of the shedding cycle is complete. And the true power of the week ahead and what we're heading into is the reset. It is the rebirth. And as we move through this ring of fire, solar new moon eclipse on the 17th, combined with the lunar new year of the fire horse, we have a propelling ignition of momentum that's going to be shifting gears quite a bit. And this is going to ask us, as the light bearers of this planet, to really truly rise and to step up and share your gifts in a way that maybe you haven't before. Because you're a new you. And as you step into this next chapter with all of this momentum, it's asking you, what are you ready to birth? What are you ready to create? And we're coming back to a 0 point of creation. And what that means is really aligning with the true you, the full embodiment of you, your I am presence, without the layers of those limitations and everything that kept you bound in your creations. Maybe creating from that lack, maybe not feeling the best self in your family lineage or in other areas of life. And this new era of creation is asking you to create without those. So this is a time to really ask yourself within, to tune into your intuition. What is it that you are ready to create? And this could truly be anything. This could be creating your life with more love, with more peace, putting yourself as a priority if you've been one that has been overgiving or overfunctioning. Or maybe it is shedding ties that no longer fit you and stepping into a new direction, a new way of being. So as we move further into this week and we feel the electric quality of this energy moving through, it's going to be important to be mindful of what has impacted or even depleted our nervous systems and our creative life force. We are creators. You don't have to be an artist to be a creator. It is our innate ability to create. So as we allow all of this movement of this electric energy to move through our bodies and through our fields, We want to open up the field and be more aligned so that the qualities of this creative life force can flow more freely through us, and that can amplify our creative visions and our goals ahead. So over the course of this past year in the wood snake, you could have felt depleted in different ways. And the ways that this could have impacted your energy field and your creative life force are varied. We're going to go on a bit of a journey here just to address the different areas that may be stuck. But a really common one that I often see in my practice is when someone's moving through immense challenge, tests, initiations, or a lot of stress in their life, which the wood snake did do for us. We can have the lower chakras begin to block. And the lower chakras really represent our grounding force. But it's the first areas that really get impacted by that nervous system response. That sympathetic response in our nervous system, that fight or flight response. So we can pull our energy up, closing down the lower parts of the field because we aren't feeling safe and we're trying to self-protect. The core can retract. We can deflate, kind of like when an animal goes into that protection, just trying to protect itself. And that can be an innate subconscious response that happens in your field. So the core is a really important part of our field to keep open and also to expand the light in our core, because this area is what dictates the strength and power for the rest of our pillar. And that runs from our crown to our base. So when this is contracted, the rest of our life will feel thrown off. And all of that tied together, nervous system response, the depletion of light in our field, all of that impacts our creative life force. Because when you are not feeling safe, you're feeling contracted, you aren't necessarily going to have the light and that sense of relaxation or ease to want to create. You could feel as though you're kind of pulling in, you're self-protecting, or you're even armoring your heart. So this is truly an era of our heart over our mind. And I want to touch on the fact that the fire horse year can be very activating for the mind. We have a lot of elements of fire and air that are going to be propelling us this year. And the air element is very much in tune with the mind. And bringing fire to air is really going to elevate the mental spheres. And you could find that it can be easy to lead to burnout. The nervous system can easily get overstimulated. The mind can overanalyze or become too active in this energy. So in combination with creative life force and that element, it's going to be necessary to come back to places of ease and balance in your nervous system. And that's going to allow your creative energy to flow more easily and come back down from the mind, returning back into the heart space, and then finding a place of safety by really coming down into some grounding practices and rooting your field. So anytime the mind gets really stimulated this year, coming back to going within, stilling yourself, returning to sitting with your heart center, or even turning to practices that are going to slow you down. And that could be anything, turning to nature, being mindful and going for some walks, noticing the qualities of the elements and the nature around you. Movement practices. Yin yoga is wonderful. Meditation, deep breathing. All of these are ways that you can cultivate moments of stillness in your nervous system so that you can return to this place of a grounding, rooted safety in your energy field. And you are also, in turn, strengthening your light. And that's going to amplify your creative life force. So these energetic routines, I just want to say this before we dive into this practice here, they are going to be a necessity. Any kind of self-care or energy hygiene are necessities this year because it's going to be so quick with this fire horse energy. So make time to tend to that, and you will be strengthening all areas of your life, and you will also be a solid, centered anchor in any winds of change that are moving through your life or moving through the world. And that is your superpower in these times. So we're going to go on a journey here. And we're going to look at the different chakra areas and any parts that are feeling depleted from anything you've moved through in the wood snake year. The fire horse already wants to come in. In the wood snake year, we're going to open up your creative life force and get the energy flowing using some light language. So I'm going to invite you to go within again. Say hydrate. And just finding that comfortable space for yourself. And closing your eyes. And just tuning into your bodily sensations. Anything that you're feeling within. Deepening your breath all the way down into your belly. And full exhales out the mouth. And as you begin to slow down, loosening your shoulders, loosening your jaw, your forehead. Just allowing yourself to soften here. We're entering a powerful time here. But it's important to honor everything that you've been through. To give thanks to the lessons. And to know that they've shaped you into who you are now. And your next inhale, returning to your heart space. And tuning into all that is moving through here. As the light of the new you is ready to birth. Now take your awareness now all the way down into the base of your body, at your root. And noticing any sensations here that may have felt contracted unstable, or stuck in a fight or flight mode of everything that you've gone through over the course of this past year. And anything that may be moving through here that feels contracted. And on your next inhale, we're going to move this energy here. Derandaraku, de ashinde kayasim eshun dayaki, eserandarakaya shen, ianda sata, akum ishe intayakim. Transmuting that into the light. Another deep inhale and exhale. Moving your awareness to your sacral center, around your womb, your bladder, the seat of your creativity. Noticing if any fears have accumulated here. Uncertainty of the future. The fight or flight response here. Anything you have gone through emotionally that you may still be processing here from your relationships, life experiences. Or any contraction from what you're witnessing in the world. Or anything impeding your creative life force here. On your next inhale, moving this. Seranda kawe, isherandu kara santa yashim kia serandara yashum kia. Some of you moving through grief, miseraka, utyashem imkia, deep breath, sasarandaraki, eshentia sarandaya. Transmuting into source. Moving up to your hara point. Lies a few inches below your navel. This is an area that holds your power. Also called the Dantian. This area can hold any hesitation, procrastination, or fears to fully step into your full expression. Notice if there's any areas where you're holding back on being ready to be fully you in this fire horse year. On your next inhale, moving this. Sun teranda kawe arandia she anturaya sindia keya sam ayakim, or any anger that has situated here, sarati anka untiranda kaya iamdaya shum diaki in tiashem kiasam. Transmuting into source. Deep breaths. So we move into your solar plexus now. The core of your field. Noticing any areas that are contracted, holding back, or watering down your personal power out of safety. Any areas that have felt vulnerable, tender in these times. On your next inhale, moving this. Seram arata sha harandukaya simti antya saram diake ese antaki ashum ayantya se amkayam. Transmuting into source. The time is now to be fully you. Masarambakarayakum. Ishenti antayam imkiasen. Get ready. Saranura kuntayakim. Isentia am ayakum. For the full expression of you is ready to rise. Sanamata akam ashi. Esum ekiam ayashum irakayasum. And you are needed. Dasarakam ashu ikiase. Antia antayam diraku. For only you can bring what you bring to this world. Deep breaths. We move up into the heart space. And much may have moved through here over the course of this past year. Deep emotional processing, anxiousness, restlessness, betrayal, grief. Anything your heart has processed. But to also remember the joy and the gifts and the blessings of connection. The miracles spread along your journey. In your next inhale, moving this. Seke aranda she. Satun sasam ki atya shu aranda kawe yashin. Kiranda sati antya kayam. Isum kayasi. Transmuting into source. Moving up into your throat now. Noticing any areas where you have held back your expressions. Diminishing how you share your words, your value. Self-protection here. On your next inhale, releasing this. Nureya saka atum dea saki entiasem mirandukuro untiashem. This year will call your voice to the forefront. Sarandaraki entiasarandaka. Ati entiaim. Your light, your creations are shaping the new world. Dasaki entiasam. Erandakaweim. Tiaseim tiashum. And it is the we that will create the way forward. Basarandakaweim. Ese am kayashin isyakam. Transmuting into source. Focusing on the back of your neck, your zeal point, the base of your skull. This area deeply connected to your vagus nerve, your nervous system, and the mammalian brain of ancestral and innate fears, lack, scarcity. Much ascension energy gets processed here. Releasing anything that has been suppressed here. On your next inhale. De aram ase ashu karam kuyashim etyasam. This is connecting to the sacral sarantu kayam ishum. Esim im kyasem, as much moves in the sacral as well. Masaraki. Uti antyashim. Deep inhale. An audible exhale with a sigh. Matasara saratara kayashim. Transmuting that into source. Moving into your third eye now. The seat of your visions. And any areas that have held over analyzing. Too much mental energy. Or any elements of shock. Of anything that you've been through. Over this wood snake year. Releasing on the next inhale. Sutta harantakawe. Shentyasati antyakum. Eshum eratarakim. Esem im kayashum. This is releasing from the core as well. Any impacts of trauma or experiences you've gone through. Shanti arandarakurakar. Entyasam im kuyashim. Deep inhales. Equally long exhale. Transmuting into source. Bringing your awareness to your crown now. And any areas within you that have felt disconnected from your higher light. Shut down to your highest potentials. Or maybe feeling alone on your journey. And releasing on the next inhale here. De hara saka shuram de weaki. Setantyasam maraku. Eshum dayaki. Esentira ambaku. Some movement in the heart's field here. Masaraki. Eshum darayaki asantasa. Dumdaya sati antya she anti antum. Eseyam tayarakim eshum. Transmuting into source. As you focus your inner eye now on the sun above you. Seeing the ring of fire solar eclipse with your inner vision. And the rays of the sun crystalline rainbow spectrum of light pouring down upon your crown now. This fiery, igniting birth, calling you to rise. As this moves down your field, it is filling the cup of every energy center. It is filling the cup of your creative life force. You are the creator of your life. What is your heart ready to birth? What is your soul calling you towards? Allowing this to unfold for the weeks and months ahead as creativity is an unfolding like a bloom and not one to rush. As this moves all the way down your field, filling the light of every energy center, down into your base, and into your earth star beneath your feet. As we ask for this to fully ground and anchor into our fields, grounding us all back into the earth, into the planet, to be etherically present. Taking a few deep breaths. And gently being called back into your body. Wiggling your fingers, your toes. Coming back into the room. And when you're ready, open your eyes. So, how is everybody feeling? Recommending to drink plenty of water. After that, there were some potent releases that I was feeling. So you could also add lemon to your water. That's going to help with the processing, especially as we move through this week.
So good. Thank you so much, Sharon. Thank you so much. So powerful. Everybody's offerings. Really amazing. And just so you guys know, those of you who are with us today, so the replay will be available for 7 days, and you can feel free to revisit any of these activations for a second dose or even a third dose, if you enjoyed what you heard here today. So thank you so much for Sharon, for your gifts. And Sharon is offering, let's see, in the bonuses, she's offering a 1 month free trial to her entire healing library, which includes collections of healing tracks, meditations, courses, and resources, along with energy upgrades. So from now until March 15th, that's available. So again, if you haven't become a supporter of the Fire Circle, we will drop the link in here again so that you can do so and you can get all these amazing bonuses and help us to keep these things going. She's also offering a 25% off a remote healing session through the bonuses as well. So thanks again, Sharon, for joining
Thank
us.
you.
Hope to see you soon. All right, bye-bye. And we have our final speaker and amazing practitioner today, Maria Jose Venezuela. Please drop your welcomes into the chat for Sharon and I'm sorry, thank yous into the chat for Sharon, anything you want to share, and let us welcome Maria into onto our stage. Here we go. Hi,
There we
Maria.
go.
How are you?
Hi, Sarah. How are you? Thank you,
I'm
first of
good.
all. Thank you so much for holding this beautiful space. What a
My pleasure.
beautiful gathering and activation.
This is one of my
And
favorite things to do
yeah,
in the biz. Yeah.
yeah, beautiful. I love it. I love it. Anyway, so yeah, my name is Maria. I'm an Ayurvedic practitioner and I am in Australia. So a bit of off the time schedule that you guys have been following. So I haven't been present the whole day, just the last couple of ones, but I've heard there've been amazing activations and amazing things offered. So
Really good
yeah, what I'll
fun.
run you, sorry.
I said really good fun. Would you like me to introduce you
Yeah, sure.
through your bio? Okay.
Sure.
It's the end of the day. My voice is giving out here.
I imagine.
So Maria is an Ayurvedic therapist and a women's health guide for over 10 years of experience supporting women to restore their energy balance and self-trust through rhythm-based living. Her work blends Ayurveda, nervous system awareness, emotional intelligence, and spiritual inquiry, helping women to move away from control and discipline and towards listening, alignment, and embodied wisdom. After facing a cancer diagnosis before the age of 30, Maria's relationship with health has transformed from striving to deep listening. This experience became the foundation of her work today, guiding women to become the authority of their own well-being and by understanding their unique constitution, rhythms, and needs. She is the founder of Ayurveda Soul and the creator of the Radiant Reset and the Radiant Purpose Project, programs designed for women who are capable, responsible, and tired of carrying everything alone. She's living in Byron Bay. So we had Kaliana on today and
So
Rama Raphael. Do you know those guys?
no,
No.
no,
Okay.
but I heard you said something about Australia, so I was like, oh,
Yeah. So they were both from Byron. They're both from located in Byron Bay. And we had Una Bella on, who spent 5 years in Byron Bay. So we have a little bit of a theme going on here.
a barren
And
community, like
yeah, a little
attracts like.
Byron Bay community. So Maria is going to talk about returning to your body, listening to the body as a path of liberation and renewed energy. And I can't think of a better way to ground us into the completion of this fire circle. So welcome, Maria, and I will leave you to it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, so as everybody has been talking, or whoever I had the chance to listen, we've been talking about the constant external noise. So I think my mojo with this year of the horse is bringing myself and helping women bring themselves back into their natural intelligence. So it's like this movement of moving from artificial intelligence has been like a bomb in the last year and taking us out to so much information and just endless amount of advice and bringing ourselves back to our natural intelligence. So Ayurveda is I'm sure many of you have heard of it, but is the Indian medical system. And it's all about the maintenance of health. So, how do we maintain this vessel, this body, so we can achieve our higher purposes, which is connecting to source and, yeah, connecting to God or the universe. So, I often like to share that our vessel is like our car, right? So if we're going from, I don't know, from Byron Bay to Sydney and we want to get there, we need our car to work. So Ayurveda, what it does is that it makes our body work well so we can go through all the processes that our spirit does in terms of evolution. So all the activations that we've just had and what you guys all have been sharing needs to be grounded within a solid body. And for our body to be grounded, we need to learn to communicate with it, and we need to learn to see the signals instead of overriding them. So allopathic medicine, which is normal over-the-counter medicine, what it does is that it overrides all the symptoms. So if you're, I don't know, bloated, you'll take a pill for it. If you're fatigued, you'll take something that will make you either sleep better or be more energized. And in Ayurveda, what we do is that we learn to listen to those symptoms so we can go to the core and put a bit of rhythm in our life. So rhythm is what it's going to teach us to go in sync so we can go further. So, for example, Ayurveda teaches us that it's really important to sync to the circadian rhythm. So that's the rhythm of the sun. So if I was to give you guys like a few tips, I would say my precious tips of Ayurveda to feel energized and to not feel bloated and fatigued, which is usually what most women come to me for, is that they're hyperachieving women. They're doing everything. They're carrying their children, work, their own personal life, and they're just kind of carrying their body along with them. And putting rhythm help us to be present in all those moments important of our life, which is like either parenting or offering our services of whatever it is. So connecting to the circadian rhythm allows us to be in sync with the day. So we are elements. I don't know if anyone has seen anyone passed away recently. My mother passed away, and when we cremated her, I was so impressed to give context to everything I know, right? That we come from the elements and then we go back to the elements. So our body is the elements. So we are actually ashes and we go back to those ashes and we obey the same system than the trees and the flowers and everything that it's alive. And of course we can force open a flower, but the flower will naturally open as the sun rises and will naturally close as the sun goes down. And it's the same with us. So by overriding our rhythms and staying up super late and being on our phone and being constantly stimulated, even if it's for higher purposes, I'm sure most of us here, we are maybe online connecting with people for either offering our services or either to guide or receive guidance. But that level of constant external stimulation is forcing the flower open constantly. So coming back to our bodies is coming back to that natural rhythm, the circadian rhythm, nature. So as the day unfolds, we open and having a grounding breakfast and having our biggest meal at lunchtime, and then reducing our intake of food as the day goes by and having a very light, easy to digest dinner. I think it's the best way. We can put it in simple ways to coming back to putting a bit of order in our life. And I find that when we find one thing that we can continue for 3 days, and then extend it. First, we need to kind of master it and then extend it. That already helps us so much. So if you want to get a takeaway from this and you want to commit to one thing that allows your circadian rhythm to be in order, that allows your body to be in sync with nature and to respond as a flower will, as a plant will, as the soil does, right? I would say have your biggest meal in the middle of the day, because it's when the sun is higher, it's when your Agni, your digestive system, is working at its best. And that is our natural intelligence. So that is coming back to what we really need, because there's, as I said, so much information there and so many different diets and way of feeding this machine, feeding this vessel, feeding our body. But there's a natural way, and it's reflected in nature every day. We just have to peek out the window and see what's happening outside, and then we know how to treat ourselves inside. So having your biggest meal in the middle of the day when the sun is higher, it's the most adequate thing we can do for our body. Because first of all, it gives the whole day for digestion. But second, having the sun so strong, it will allow for all the digestive fluids to be able to process well those foods. So your biggest meals like meats or pastas, if you eat meat, pastas or like heavy meals should be consumed in the middle of the day. And that will start changing the response that your body has in the night if you're not sleeping well. Like sleeping is not something that happens half an hour before you go to bed, but it's like an accumulation of your whole day. So if you can put a little bit of order in your day through with meals, because I find Ayurveda has that beautiful interface with us, which is through food. So through food, through the food we put in our body, we get to put order, therefore rest well, therefore be more energized, therefore be more in service and be in purpose. So ultimately, what we want is to be able to achieve the purpose that we came into this life to do, to share, and to experience. And for that, this vessel needs to work well. So we need to bring it back to the natural intelligence. And as many of you shared, and as we know, when we got the finishing of the year of the snake, we got rid of everything that no longer serves us. And that included all the external research, I would say, like all the big boom of outsourcing everything from a machine and can become even your psychologist. And letting go of that and coming back to ourselves, coming back to the natural cycles of the day, coming back to the natural processes of digestion and when your body responds better throughout the day. So, yeah, I think symptoms is what we feel in our body, being fatigued, bloated, or tired. They're just the way of the body communicating that we're out of the rhythm, that we are outsourcing rather than insourcing. So they're just calls to come back in. So that's a bit what I wanted to share regarding rhythm and how Ayurveda sees rhythm throughout the day. I usually like to work with women, bringing them to anchor one thing in the morning, one thing in the afternoon, and one thing in the night, just one thing. So maybe have a warm, nourishing breakfast in the morning and stick to it rather than having first thing coffee or skipping meals. We need petrol fuel. We need fuel. And as Ayurveda says, our body is constituted from, of course, what we think, what we see, what we're exposed to, but also food and water, right? So we need that fuel to go throughout our day for all our functions to work well. So skipping meals creates a lot of air, a lot of gas, a lot of indigestion, a lot of bloating. So especially for women, it's really important to have a warm, nourishing meal in the morning and then biggest meal at lunchtime. And as I said, start reducing the intake. So if you can stick to one thing, which could be having a nourishing warm breakfast, like either oats or pancakes with good flours or chia pudding or something that you especially like. And then at lunchtime, have your biggest meal. And then in the evening, maybe just have a soup, a miso soup, or stir-fry veggies, something that can nourish your body, but it won't use all your energy to digest. And therefore, you can sleep better. And then you'll see with only just one change in the morning, in the afternoon, and in the night, it's like the spinal cord of our energy, right? Our Shushukma channel. But here we're going to put like a little meal in each bit of it, and how your energy is going to change, how your approach to yourself and to your life, it's going to change. It has a magic, beautiful impact in how we think and how we go along with our day. So less energy dips, like less digestive changes, and obviously less emotional shifts. And well, so that's about rhythm and coming back to our body. And the other thing that it's, I'm sure many of you know, but it was worth sharing is that Ayurveda suggests that we have a unique body constitution. And knowing your unique body constitution, it's really important because then again, we're not overriding ourselves and we're not dismissing the way we are. For example, there's Vata, Pitta, Kapha, and it's composed of the elements. Vata is the presence of air and ether, whereas Pitta is the presence of fire and water, and Kapha, it's the presence of earth and water. So when we are very Vata, are the people that are very like excited and have lots of ideas and they move with a lot of enthusiasm. And so they need the opposite energy. So this is all about balance, right? So they need the more grounding Kapha energy and the Pitta just to bring them more down from from the sky, from all that. Woo. And it's really important to know so we can learn that if we leave that energy take off, we're going to be super ungrounded. And our natural intelligence will, by knowing ourselves, by knowing our unique constitution, it's going to tell us, oops, it's time to ground. So we ground by opposite forces, like in many aspects of life. So you can do a little bit of search about dosha constitution and all that, but that by knowing your constitution, for example, Pitta are the people that are like stronger and have lots of muscles and they're very fiery, but at the same time, they're very good leaders and very organized and they can accomplish a project from A to Z. But when they're out of source, when they're out of rhythm, they would be really aggressive and hungry and explosive. And what they need then is to cool down, right? So opposite energy, that's fire energy. So they need the opposite energy. And cooling down would be with obviously cooling practices or cooling foods, coriander, aloe vera. They can use mint. They can eat more salads. Whereas maybe someone Pitta that is already very airy fairy, if you give them a lot of raw food, they'll be all over the place. So learning all those little things that they're already given to us by nature and by our own nature, it's beautiful. And Kapha, which is earth and water, are usually people that are of a bigger build and it takes longer for them to understand things, but once they do, they hold them forever. They're very loyal because they have the element of water as well. They can capture a lot and they can be very nourishing, like the old mamas that used to feed the community and those beautiful nurses that, they give you a hug and you feel really reconforted. But when they're out of balance, they can get really greedy and stagnant. The energy can get really heavy. So they need the opposite energy, which is lightness. They need to be lighter and they need more Vata energy, more airy energy. So these are just little tips of how to get to know yourself a little bit better according to Ayurveda and how to bring us back to our natural intelligence so we don't need to outsource everything and we can, come to our own library of information because it's all there. I think I'll leave it there because I think it's been a long day for everyone and I don't want to overwhelm with more information. I do offer a free masterclass every 2 weeks where we walk a bit through this, where I explain you each of the doshas so you can recognize yourself and then we can, if it resonates, we can take it further. I'll put the website in the chat. And as I said, the ultimate purpose of Ayurveda is for us to live in sync with nature and to achieve our higher purpose. So we need to get our vessel with us, going with us. So anyway, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you for bringing us home back to the body. So thank you, Maria. And let's see, I didn't find your website in our list, but I've got your Facebook page. I put that on there. So if you want to put
I'll
your
put it here.
website. All right. And Maria is offering why you're always tired and how to reset in the 3 simple rhythm shifts. It's a PDF guide for those that are um, getting the bonuses. So thanks again, Maria.
Thank you.
Want to thank everyone for joining us today. Thanking all of our speakers and all of our participants. And let me just close with a quick little prayer of gratitude to seal the circle. Mother, Father, God, we give thanks for all the blessings that we have received today. We wish to thank our teams of light and the angels that have been holding this space for us for so long today. We wish to thank the year of the snake and the year of the fire horse energy, for all of the upliftment and forward movement in this coming year. We ask our guides, angels, and teams of light to help us assimilate and integrate all that we have received today in the most graceful way possible. And we ask that all that we have received now be sealed into the earth, given to the earth through the earth portals that we opened earlier, sending our love, our light, our intentions of goodwill and joy into the earth for all beings. We ask that this circle now be fully sealed by the divine. Amen, amen, aho. And before we go, I want to invite all of you guys to check out that bonus page if you haven't already. We will be sending you guys out the email shortly after this with the replay of today's event, as well as an opportunity to get those bonuses, as well as an invitation to join me tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, I'm hosting, I have a True Light membership, and so we're hosting a group Akashic record reading tomorrow night. And we're holding the space open and we're guiding people to start to attune to and receive their own Akashic records. And we take you through a healing process. So that is tomorrow night. And we will be sending that out as well to the supporters of our circle as a free invitation to join us tomorrow night. But we'll also send that out as a link you guys can register for if you wanted to do that on your own. Again, thank you to everyone. I am really spaced out right now. I can't wait. I need to go for a walk, I think, and move my energy. But yeah, what a great space, what a great circle of people, and such beautiful, amazing offerings. Thank you so much. Mwah. All of my love to you. Enjoy the eclipse on the full moon when we actually go live into the year of the fire horse. Goodbye, everybody.